Hey, YouTube, there's nobody there. I wonder if it's working. Somebody's there. Hey, YouTube. Hey, Alexander and Gerard. Sorry about being asleep the other day when you came around, Alexander. I totally forgot about you. That's why I was in pure shock. I was literally asleep when I heard the door. I was like... Hey, Kit Kat. Hey, Tom, Mr. White, how's it going? Found a way to like that coffin fuzz yet. I've not been back at it, to be honest. Hey, Chaos, how's it going? Jeff Beckham, not. I mean, B, going to be wearing out different frets. AWM, CPS, Years of Day Jazz, and U7P. Playing the blues band worn off for it's changed my outlook a little bit. I think thinking back, it might have been a really good thing that was there for like 3 weeks. So there was not a hint of me getting bored, which I was really surprised at. I really enjoyed it. Actually, I've not been in the studio for a couple of weeks now, and we've got a gig in 2 weeks to the Black Sabbath band, and we've not been in the studio for 2 weeks, so it's like we know what we're doing. We're quite good. B is a great key to start off sounding melodic and then change to real rock. Well, thank you. I don't know why I started in B. I think I was kind of playing this thinking I was doing a Jackson last week. It wasn't an expensive one. This is an expensive one, moderately, and it was pretty good for the metal stuff. But it's like the thing about these is these can do all of it. They do the metal stuff as well. Obviously, look at it. It is quite a Paul Gilbert looking guitar. Yeah, it's actually an official Paul Gilbert. I actually watched Foxy's guitar thing. It's really annoying because I was sitting up here. I remember watching the Foxy's guitar channel where he's got like one of the micro ones, the 22-inch scale ones, and it was like I don't remember watching it. I'm thinking what happened was I saw it was on, and I was like up here, watched the first minute and went, something happened. I was like, I'll pause that and watch it later, and I forgot. or I was doing something, and I was like, get right into it. I did kind of. The reason I didn't see it last week was he was talking about it's got two humbuckers. This is an HSH, so it doesn't apply to this. But the RG switch, you get in a 5-way switch with two humbuckers and an Ibanez RG, which, as far as I know, I think they invented it. Is amazing. You need a special 5-way switch, so they're not that expensive. I think I bought one for Scott before. I think it was about 12 quid or something. Looks the same, but it's wired up slightly differently. I remember having this problem years ago when I had one of those switches and I was trying to wire it up like a Strat, and it was like, this is not doing. It's just looking, comparing it to other Strats, it's exactly the same, but it's the actual circuit board inside it's slightly different. It looks exactly the same. It's in the same casing. It gives you humbucker, and then the second position is the inner coils of these two, and then the middle position is two humbuckers, and then the position 4 is the two coils of the humbucker, but in parallel, not series, so it's not humbucker. And then position 5 is a humbucker, so you get two sounds. You get kind of Telecaster sound, sort of, and then you get a sort of single coil neck pickup sound, but all 5 sounds are hum cancelling. I just think it's a fantastic. I was much more impressed with it before I realised that you needed to buy a special switch to do it. But good fun. So this one has a 5-way switch as well, but it's not as complicated. It's just a normal 5-way switch. So you've got a humbucker, and then sort of Strat position 2, where you get this is coil split, and in the middle on its own, and then sort of Strat position 4, where this one's split, and then the neck humbucker. Hey Pontiac, how's it going? Stratocaster Ian, yay! A good metal guitar should look a little wrong. I use a Squire HS Jazzmaster and Surf Green active square pickups, massive output. Yes, my pal bought one of them, and why did he buy it? He didn't like the Jaguar Trem because it's like a tunematic bridge that's on it, and it had to basically. I've still got. If you ever need a spare scratch plate, I've still got one. So I think for putting in normal pickups, he just gave me the old, or he tried to sell them the SQR active pickups, and I ended up sitting through there, and I put them in a mad gold and black guitar. Actually worked really well. I've still got a Jazzmaster scratch plate, which will. One day I'll find a Jazzmaster that's that model, because it takes humbuckers and stuff. Interesting. Yeah, but there's a thing about using, drinking. I suppose it's 8 o'clock yet. It's 3 minutes past, and I've not started drinking bucky. I was thinking there was something wrong there. I was going to show everyone this. I was in the bar as earlier on. I'm going to say new AC/DC album. This one, it was like a sealed unit. I assume it's been like a catalogue clearance or something, but it was a box set, and I was like, what? It doesn't really say on the back what the box set is. It's just got 10 tracks or whatever, 12 tracks, like any album you would expect. But you open it up, and it's kind of it kind of looks like a car CD player. There's your the CDs in there, which I thought was pretty cool. And then it was like, look, you get like a USB cable with it. What the hell? What's this? If you open this, there's a button here. Like for a cheesy thing. I don't want to get copyright struck for this, but that's pretty cool, eh? Yeah. I was like, look at it. It's only a £5. And I don't have the album anyway. I've not actually listened to it yet, but the 10 seconds or the 20 seconds, or whatever it is that it plays of that song, seems good. AC/DC. So I wait to see a wall of J-Packs. Well, they're getting there. There's another one, which has not been. I've not even showed J-Packs herself that one yet. Well, she doesn't know it. She obviously gave me it. It didn't have any parts. I don't know if she'd ended up buying a Squire Strat that just didn't have a scratch plate or a bridge. So I've just used bits of the parts box. I used your high-tech tip for my squeaky scare. What was my high-tech tip? Was I drunk when I told you? Because I don't remember I had any squeaky scare. I'd imagine my tip would have been just put hundreds of screws in it. I don't know. Hey, Ruben, how's it going? Tarp aficionados, tarp. We're there already. I get demonetized again. I just noticed the last 2 weeks. So I don't make any money from the live streams. Not that I'm making a lot of money anyway, but I don't make anything. It's like, on some Summersby sparkling cider. So I quite like cider. The problem with cider is I can't drink enough cider really to get drunk without really feeling sick and just having. It's like that's why I drink the bucky. You'll all be interested in what number it is. It is a number number one. So it's going to be the best of the best. Oh, badass kid. I know. I think that AC/DC album, and obviously it didn't sell very well. The guy in the bars was like, I think I was talking to the guy in the Blitzkrieg shop. Apparently, he's like one of these very much not what's his name? Only Fools and Horses. Del Boy Trotter. One of those guys. I think he gets see when HMV, and if it still exists, or whatever the music shops are, they get these things in. They don't actually buy them from the record company. They just get them in, and if they sell, like a sale or return thing. And I think this guy gets offered like a pallet. We've got a pallet. We'll give you for a pound a unit, and he's paying 10 grand for the pallet or something like that. And these things are on it. He had some records and stuff as well. It was only a fiver. It was brand new, still sealed. I looked at it, I was looking at it, up here, this must do something. I actually wondered if it was a guitar amp. I think they may have a bigger box set that is a guitar amp. I mean, it lights up and it plays things. That's pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Why demonetized? I don't know. You're not allowed to drink online? I don't think I'm really that offensive or talk. Maybe I do talk about sensitive topics. I don't know. Oh, sorry. I kind of don't want to say what I think might be sensitive topics again. Hey, Tam, have you heard of Ergodyne? Ibanez Guitars looks like a Joe Satriani. Let's see, tips and notes on that piece. Yes, I do know the Ergodyne. I don't know if... Sorry. I know the basses. I'm not sure if I ever know the guitar. I do actually very surprisingly like the Joe Satriani guitar. Scott's got one. His has got it's been like heavily upgraded, but his is like the sort of the Korean one. I don't know, it's a 100 instead of a 1000 or something like that. And it really is. Maybe it's because it's this color. It's white. I really quite like it. It's a good wee guitar. Very different. I remember many years ago going into, I think it was Victor, the guitar shop and guitar store, I think it was called, in Glasgow, owned by Victor Morris, and fancying an idea of it. So I tried, like, I don't know, whatever it was, like your sort of base level, like £200 or £250. It wasn't, it was in guitar. And I tried an RG, and I tried the Satriani model. And it was amazing how different they were, because they kind of look sort of similar. You'd imagine them to be the same, whereas this one has, like, it's got the really wide, really thin, well, an RG has got a really, it's a very modern feeling thing, whereas the Joe Satriani one looks like this, but has it's a fender neck on it, even though it's like the same headstock and stuff. It's kind of bizarre. And I much prefer the Joe Satriani one. Now I'm sort of warming to this. Cider. Oh, wow, so you got to try the joys of Buckfast. It's lovely. On a few cans of Tennant's. Actually, when I was down at Download, one of the guys, Martin, he owns a big glass company, he's a millionaire. So I asked to get beer for the festival, and he was like, "Pure Tennant's. It's his favourite beer in the whole world." And like, you can't get it in Colville, so I forgot to buy a 6-pack of Tennant's. It's all right. I did actually. I think I had one can when I was at the bars a couple of weeks ago. Which realised there could be tarp talk, Mr. White. Really, maybe it's been so over talked about. It's like they've got the AI is in there. Well, I keep mentioning this tarp. What's this tarp all about? It's like they know. It's worked it out. It's referenced it back. It's gone, Mr. White, tarpaulin, ban. And saying that, the last couple of times of when I noticed, when I get demonetized, I put in a claim against it. Like, I've maybe done it 3 or 4 times. There's kind of no point, because nobody watches the live streams after tonight anyway, or tomorrow morning anyway. But what was I going to say there? Not drank enough bucky yet. I'll remember. Oh. Rick Astley played Highway to Hell last week. I remember him. I watched that up at Scott's the other night. Yeah, Rick Astley's pretty funny. All the people listening are demonetized, quite right. Yes, no, I thought it was quite good. I mean, I remember seeing him a couple of years ago playing with the Foo Fighters, and it's up here. The Foo Fighters are playing With Rick Astley, that's bizarre. I think he was just in the audience, or maybe he was pals with Dave Grohl, because everyone's pals with Dave Grohl. And he was doing his "Never Gonna Give You Up," but he was doing it with the Foo Fighters, who were doing their, 3 or 4 distorted rhythm guitars, kind of rock version of it. And he was pure dancing about and giving it whoa. And he was like, pure, just quite like this guy. He's quite funny. That's right. He plays the guitar as well. He was demonetized for his radical right wing views. Yes, his right wing is a left wing. Yes, he's really talented. He was a victim of 1980s marketing, Tom. Yeah, I think so. But I mean, was he not like? Was he not? Was it, the story goes? Was he not sweeping up the office or something like that? And he was picked out by Stock Aitken and Waterman, something like that. Is it him? Yes, him. If you've got a Kylie Minogue 45, which I do, if anyone wants any probably rare Kylie Minogue 7-inch picture sleeve singles, give us a shout, because I remember buying, I think it was 10 for £1, and I got 10 Kylie just because I'd never even heard of the songs. That these must be worth money someday. But if you play a Kylie Minogue 45 RPM record at 33, it's Rick Astley, and it's like one of those things that it sounds like it can't be. It's the same if you've got the other way around. If you've got Desperado by the Eagles, and you the record at 33 and you play it at 45, it becomes Dolly Parton, and it doesn't sound speeded up. It just sounds like Dolly Parton doing a faster version of it. It's the same with the Rick Astley doing the "I Should Be So Lucky" or whatever the Kylie Minogue song I put on. It's just like, it just sounds like his version, and it's a bit slower. Like all the music in it is, because it's all that Stock Aitken and Waterman sort of, it's not really instruments. It's just kind of that sound, which is really, really artificial sounding anyway. It doesn't sound any different when you slow it down. If you slow a piano down or a guitar down, it kind of goes and it sounds kind of off. Whereas the music sounds identical. It just sounds like you've just gone up. We'll increase the speed by 10%. Obviously, that changes the pitch, but I mean, it just sounds exactly the same. Kind of how a year ruined an early 80s Japanese Aria Pro 2 RS trying to file the frets down. When you say ruined, it takes quite a long time to ruin frets. You must have done quite a lot of filing or had a very, very powerful file. I did that as well. I had an old edition that I remember trying to, before I knew you could file frets, I was just like, these are crap. I just tried filing it with a bastard file, basically. That's actually what they're called. That's not a swear word. I remember that being of great amusement in crafting design, was it called? When you did techie at school, and it's like the files did literally have bastards like etched in them. So whenever I was up here, have you got a bastard file? And it just meant you're allowed to say bastard, which was a good thing. Posh school I went to. Hey, Papa Blue. Ergodyne tone mood argument, anyone? are they fiberglass? I can kind of picture it. The thing is, it sounds very similar to what's the Fender jazz basses you get? Aerodyne. The name's very similar to Ergodyne. So I'm not really sure that's fine there. Oh, I have to best Facebook Marketplace find. That you can see is that the wee red Roadster. I might play that later on, because I don't know whether I like it better than this. To be honest, I think I'm not fully settled into this. I bought this on New Year's Day, and then it took a few weeks to arrive, and the bridge was off, and it needed the frets done, and I just never got down to it. Yesterday, I got down to it, so I've now done the frets. The action, if anyone's ever looking at action, I normally set it at like 1 penny, which is about 1.25 millimeters, according to my wee gradient thing, which is about as low as you can get a guitar. You will not get a cheap guitar as low as that without having to redo the frets, sort of thing. If you can get a 2P, which is about 1.75 millimeters, it's playable and acceptable. And you like a little bit of a high action on your guitar, but it plays totally fine, kind of like an acoustic kind of action. This one's at 0.75 millimeters, and it's like it plays. Obviously not when I'm slap bassing it, but it's like they're there. It's a wee bit twanky. So it's got like the lowest action in the universe, which is what when I've been as RG's for. Danny fan. I don't remember any Danny. I remember her being in Neighbours or whatever it was she was in. I can picture her, but I don't remember any of her music. What was the one? Stefan Dennis, remember him? He was a Stock Aitken and Water as well. He's a song called "Don't Make You Feel," and it's the Stock Aitken and Waterman, that whatever those instruments are. No idea at the time. I was like, I couldn't really tell what it was that was playing. Now I still, you listen to it, I don't really know what it is. Is it just synthesizers? I don't know. I don't know if there's basses and drums and guitars actually in it at all. It's a kind of really bizarre thing. You play a Kelly song backwards, it's still pitch. Kelly has a couple of good songs. I can't remember what they are. I don't know. I'm not a huge. I'm not saying I'm a huge fan of Kelly. Not pure crap though. Much worse stuff than that. At least it's slow the speed down plus put the volume down. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things that with any repeated listening, I'd imagine you're probably right. But if the Locomotion, that was a hit, I seem to remember that. It was actually the second album I ever bought, was Kylie Minogue's first album, with I Should Be So Lucky on it, on cassette. There you go. My first ever album that I bought myself was Michael Jackson's Bad on cassette. And I always thought it was bizarre. You opened it up, I was like, wow, buying a tape, I think it was about 12 quid or something like that. And it's like a fold out booklet. It was like, whoa. And it was just lots of pictures, black and white pictures of him kind of going, like blurry pictures, like 18 of them or something like that, right? If you're going to give me a big fold out thing, can I have something cool rather than blurry pictures of him kind of doing these things? Yeah. Never tried to scallop a neck. From pissed. Never tried scallop a neck, I think, really. I do have my Ibanez Destroyer scalloped. I didn't do it. I don't know if it's your thing. I had one recently. I think I sold it in Blitzkrieg. I got it pre-scalloped. It was a Strat I got, and I reshaped the headstock to be a bit pointy and put it on a Jackson body. And it was really scalloped. You're talking about a quarter of an inch below the strings. It's like the problem with scalloping a neck is what the frets like. You can't, because I'm pretty sure you can't replace the frets once you've scalloped it, because as soon as you start trying to take them out, the fingerboard will fall to bits. Oh. Did you definitely go too low with your fret job? Because I don't know. The thing is, doing frets and stuff like that, there is a way of doing it using really expensive Stumac tools. It's like you buy the bits. Whenever you see someone saying how do you, I can't believe I'm going for the face flannel already. I've actually got that door open and all the windows in the kitchen open, trying to get some air through. That was Scott's idea. Ideally, what I should do is if I had I did a steam without loud guitar and shouting in it, but it's kind of that's the core of what I'm doing. It's talking shit, shouting and playing guitar, and so I can't really have that window open because you can totally see it onto the street. There's people everywhere. I keep hearing next door's doorbell, so it's like if I can hear their doorbell, they can fucking hear me. No, I could never be bothered doing a whole refret. But I mean, it's just how low did you go? Were the frets already done? I take it. If they were already done, then that's it. When you say it's an Aria Pro, I mean, yes, they are. They're excellent guitars, but they're not hundreds of pounds. They're not many money. That your refret's probably going to cost more than what the guitar, or similar level to what the guitar's worth. You didn't try and refret something that was worth $1,000. Do you know what I mean? Kylie, it's a pleasure to see her walk away. I quite like the asset. We're all on all on the line there. No, I don't know. I quite like her actually. Her. I don't really know. What was the one? Na 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 na. That's all right. It's like radio pop hit. You don't find it offensive. It's got a tune to it. And she is. You get the impression. I bet you she's like this high. I bet she's she's like you could just like pure. I'll just move you over there, Kylie. I think. I don't know. Maybe not. Electro low strings are totally dead on most frets. Right. I don't know. I mean, you do get a fretless guitar, I suppose. I don't know, is it RS? RS is the okay, I know the one. That's the sort of Stratty one. I had one called the Metal Master. That's the kind of the Yngwie Malmsteen one. It's basically it's their Strat. Apart from it's got a slightly longer horn and a slightly shorter horn, so it's kind of like a bit sort of if you take these horns and kind of go and like that kind of thing. Yes, they are good guitars. Yeah, Cat saying, who's got a new guitar? Well, this is my new guitar. This is it. I've never had it working. Basically, the bridge was knackered. So I got most of the money back for it. So I what do you call it in? Epoxied the posts in eventually, and I found out that the actual posts were kind of wobbling in the sockets, if you know what I mean. So the actual post holder was totally rigid and in the right place, but the actual bit that screwed into it was a bit wobbly. So PFTE tape. That was you. 964 Chaos that gave me that, didn't it? Yeah. So they're totally rock solid now, and it seems to be working great. Touch wood. Kylie's sister had the rack. Yeah, but the thing is, I do remember her, but I can't hum a song. And I remember the Stefan Dennis song. I don't remember. Was she another Stock Aitken and Waterman one? I don't know. You just use jumbo flats. Forget the sculpting. Yeah. This one's got really big frets on it. One of the things you get with the modern guitars. I did have to take quite a bit down. So it's kind of, from that sense of view, having the jumbo frets is a good idea, because I did have to stone this. It was really bizarre. Like, when you get fretwear on a guitar, it's nearly always cowboy chords, so you're kind of, it's normally around about the D, those three notes, and those ones are always worn out. And occasionally it's kind of a note that somebody likes up here, when someone's favorite lick has been, it's kind of, they do that all the time. So this one's worn out because they're, but this guitar, because it's a Paul Gilbert model, and you don't buy one of these if you're a beginner, so the fretwear kind of did that kind of shape. All these frets there were kind of worn in this pattern, from obviously going, yeah. So I just battered them down, put them back in again. I think the stainless steel frets are a bit horrible to work with. Just for the longevity, maybe, yes, but it's also the getting them polished. If you buy a decent guitar, I'm basically the only guitar I've ever had that's had stainless steel frets was that Harley Benton, and the frets were, so I tried polishing them, and it's like, they're so tough that you can't. It was burning through sheets of sandpaper and all that. I just gave up. Does anyone except gigging musicians wear frets down? Tam, I don't know, but I think these days I don't think anyone wears frets down, really, because everyone's got tons of guitars because they're cheap. Well, they're so much more available. If you go back to even the 80s, people just had one guitar, so that was the only one they played, and that's it. And I think for me, most of the ones I get that have got fretwear worn down is from cowboy chords, which comes from, it's a beginner's good level guitar. It's like, I don't know, like a cheap acoustic or a Squire Strat or something like that. It's had a few owners, and all of them learnt to play. Normally, it's like, it's all friends. It passes between friends. So somebody buys a guitar, learns to play, and then a year later they buy a new guitar and they sell their old one to their pal, because why would you have two guitars? And they do the same thing. They play the cowboy chords. They never ever change the strings, so they're really, really rusty. And then when you're holding down these chords, when you're starting to play the guitar, you hold that down with every fiber of your being, to make it sound. And then, because once the strings get old and rusty, you have to hold them down even harder. And then the more you do that, the more, because the strings are rusty as well, they cut into it more. So it's mostly that, rather than actually being properly worn down frets I come across. But yeah, no, that's that Harley Ben. Hey Ben, do you give any young bucks lessons? It's like, I don't know. I don't think you can't really give lessons in drinking, Bucky. You've really just got to buy it and go into a park and try it. You know what I mean? It's like, there's not really, I used to do guitar lessons. The thing I found out with guitar lessons was, the thing is, I don't know really any musical theory. I can't really tell you how to show anyone how to play the guitar. I can show you what I'm doing. So when I was teaching folk, I don't know, it was folk I was working in the chip shop at the time, and it was one of the women's work their son, so maybe about 12, 13, something like that. And then in a few of his school pals, I think at one point I had like six students at one time or something like that. And It just worked out really well. It was like, yeah, and I remember up here, oh, can you show me how to play Slipknot? No. What about Korn? No, I can't show you that. So up here, what else do you like? So up here, it was, I like, but up here, I quite like Nirvana. Wow, there we go. And Guns N' Roses, good. And I think one of the things I said at the very start is I can show you how to play like the sort of stuff I do, as long as you're not asking for something crazy, and I will not show you Oasis. So you can learn that on your own. And I think a few of them did, but they knew to don't talk to that. But for me, it was like, Nirvana is a great thing. You just like after one lesson, you can sort of go. And you're in, you know what I mean? Or even Guns N' Roses as well. Although it's really annoying that Guns N' Roses tuned down to E flat. If they didn't do that, it'd be fantastic. The thing about Guns N' Roses, they've got so much. There's a rhythm guitar for so much of it, or I don't know all their songs, but all the famous ones. There's a guy playing a Telecaster giving it, which is great because you're learning open chords and learning how to use things, and you can apply them to something else. So, and then I tried teaching a few of my pals, and it's impossible to teach someone who's old. And when I say old, I mean in their 20s at the time, or in their 30, because when you're teaching a kid and you say, "Up your eye, just do this. It's easy." That, and I go, "All right, okay." But if you try and teach somebody of a certain age, you go, "Just do this," and they go, "Right, okay." And it's like, no, use see if you use that finger, then that finger, then that finger. And they go, no, I'll just do it like this. And it's like, no, could you do it like this? Because the reason I'm showing you to do it like that is so that you can it gets you into that idea. And it's like, no, I'll just do it my way. And you're like, what am I showing you? Well, whereas the kids are like 12-year-old or whatever it is, if you tell them something easy, they believe you, especially when they believe you for the first one. So you go, oh, smells like Teen Spirit, great, it's pretty easy, right? So what you got to do, the hard bit is you hold down strings here and here, right? But the hard bit here is you've only got to hit these two strings. Whereas at the start you'll be doing like that, and you kind of showing them how to palm mute and stuff. But once you get good at the guitar, you can do that and only hit the string, only hit the two strings once you learn it, and then you tell them it's easy, and then once they've got something that's sort of recognizable, you're in there. It's great. Use 40 or 50 rolls of PTFE tape. Wow. I've never used 40 or 50 rolls of. Oh, wow. This is like, you're a plumber then. Yeah, and Eddie. I don't know. You've retracted your messages. Kylie, Nick Cave. I do remember that being on the charts or on top of the pops. I don't remember the song though. Nick Cave's the guy. That's all I remember. Oh, who Pontiac? I'm trying to keep up with the chat. Cheers for that. 1986 Hurricane fret were only at the 7th, 8th, 9th frets. Someone was shredding there. You might find that a lot of people, you tend to see them at acoustic jams. A lot of people learn party songs. Blackbird by the Beatles is one that a lot of people learn. They can't play any songs at all, but they can play Blackbird. So whenever they're at a party, it's like, oh, I'll play da, 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 da. They play that, and a lot of people have the 3 songs that they can play that they learnt when they were 16, and they're now in their 40s, and they're still playing those 3 songs, and that's all they can play. But because they've learnt it so regimented, they can't apply any of those chords, especially something like Blackbird. It's all quite simple shapes, but those chords are only in that song because they're kind of piano chords. Whereas if you learn a Bob Dylan song or a Guns N' Roses song or a Stones song, it's like, what are the chords for this one? Well, it's A, G, and D. You're like, all right, so you can play that song, right? A, G, and D. Here we go. And then next week you can show them another song by someone else, which is get A, G, and D, and C in it, and then you build up. That's another. What that was my excuse for not teaching Oasis, because I don't think Oasis is a good thing to learn on the guitar. I hate them and I think they're crap, but I don't really like Guns N' Roses either. But it's good stuff to learn. I'm not a huge Nirvana fan, but it's good stuff to learn. Whereas the Oasis stuff, it's all chords out the Beatles book, so it's all E minor with your pinky on, and then your pinky down there, and then they're just straight out a Beatles book. So basically, that chord's only in this one song, and you're learning a sequence, and there's 10 chords. It's like ching 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 ching, and it's just like those cards aren't any use. Whereas if it's just, you know, anything but the stones, you know what I mean, or something, it's just 3 chords. Most I can't, you know, so B, D, A, E, B. There you go, jumping jack flash, and then all those chords are useful. You can, so I can show you another song next week which has got those chords which you've been learning, just uses those chords, and then the week after you can go, right, those chords you've already learned, right? So this is the new song, 4 new chords, but 3 of them you were playing last week. Great. Oh, I'm getting a wee bit. Hold on. Get caught up. Get a wee bit behind. Oh. But a Sigma acoustic years ago, the first 3 frets were out, the rest were brand new. Yeah, that's exactly that. I do my own fret replacement. It's really not that hard. Just get the right tools. Yeah, but what are the right tools? They're not. I don't know. I'd like to. Have I replaced a fret? I've got one to do in a Flying V, one of the JPAX guitars. It's got a fret missing. I think I've done it before. I think I've replaced a fret on a cheapy guitar. Just, in fact, actually, I put frets in. I had an acoustic, which the bridge came off like it was a shit acoustic. So what I did was I put the bridge on here, right, 30 inches away, bass. So I took all the frets out and I put the frets where they were on a bass. You know, so there was just like a gap there where there used to be a fret, and then the first fret on the bass would be here, and this, and I kind of just lined it up and measured it out, and it actually worked. So I mean, I've done that, but I've never done it properly. I will get to it. There you go, Tam. Exactly. I think years ago when people mostly had the one guitar fretware, but nowadays, yeah. Also, I think even comes down to you've got more chance of getting it set up. I think more people play the guitar, and you can look up YouTube and find out how to do things. So it's like nobody's got that doing it wrong thing anymore the same way, because everyone's got a chance to look it up. Hey, Callum, was that the PGM that was sitting in the window of Strung Out for a while? It was not. No, I didn't know there was one in Strung Out. How much? I didn't know. How much does it go for? That would be more likely this is the PGM 30, which is the cheap one. It's still an Ibanez Prestige made in Japan though, but it came with cheaper pickups. Also, the main Paul Gilbert's main one has a fancier Floyd. This is a sort of standardy Floyd and a maple neck. And what was the other difference? Pickup rings. This has pickup rings, whereas the real one doesn't. Apart from that, it's the same guitar. I think it's the same. It's got the PGM neck and stuff. They only made this for 2 years in Japan. I think they made it for 5 years in total, but so 90% of them are Indonesian. But this is one of the, obviously I knew what I was looking for. So it even says Japan on the back, so it's definitely that one. I'm still not 100% sold on it yet. I'm not sure. I've done this. Too many folk are asking questions. I'll talk about it later once I'm drunk. My new to me guitar is a Greg Bennett Royale, basically a copy of the guitar the guitarist and singer from the Stray Cats used. Greg Bennett are good. He was actually, I didn't find this out until relatively recently off oh god, it's pure disgusting. I can't remember his name. Billy Rankin. He was a guitarist in Nazareth, and he had his own proper solo career. His stuff's really good, but he was a Washburn endorsee, and Greg Bennett was the sales rep for Washburn in the early 80s, so he knew him, and he got his guitar was a Gibson 335, but it had a really strange neck carve. So I took it away and measured it, and Greg Bennett got him one that was basically exactly the same, but it was a Washburn, the same dimension, measured everything, and got it in tartan. So there are tartan. If you've got a tartan Washburn HB35, I know someone that will buy it off you. It's the guy who owned it originally. Apparently they disappeared years ago. If you want to learn how hard it is to remember guitar, try and do it left-handed. Yes, I agree. Totally. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Buckfast etiquette: don't drink it cold, crack it open, let it breathe for 10 minutes, then screw the top back on, give it a shake, and then down it, and don't repeat. Don't go and get a second bottle. Yeah, no, don't. Yeah, you don't. The second bottle of Bucky has never ended well for me. No, a second bottle of Bucky that's crazy talk. Even getting a wee half bottle. The etiquette is you get yourself a bottle of Bucky, and then when you finish that, you have a can of cider or a can of beer that you sip until 2 o'clock in the morning, and then you go home. You don't drink more Bucky because the thing is, the caffeine that's in it starts to take its effect, and you end up charged and really drunk, which is really bad. Thomas said, use it for t-shirts. No, I've not done it yet. I will do it. I'll do it next up. I'm not going to. I've not committed to actually saying I'll do. I will do it. I will. I keep seeing people using Teespring, and they've got. There was a guy actually. He just started up his channel. He only had like 500 subs or something like that, and he had his Teespring store, and it was like 25 things in it. And it's like, good luck to you. The thing is, I tried a couple of these places, and the t-shirts I got they weren't good, and they ended up being like 30 quid if you wanted to buy one, and I got £2.50. You're like, but so I'm ripping you off by paying £30 for a t-shirt that's not worth 30 quid, and I'm getting £2.50. No. So I'm going to do it myself. I might do it later. E-minor with your pinky on it. C-minor. Yes, I know. Yeah, no. Yeah, but if you ever look up an Oasis book, if the thing is that Noel Gallagher took the chords from people of a certain age, anyone younger won't remember this, but you used to get guitar books, and it was the sheet music for piano, but above it had chord boxes. So basically in the Beatles song, George Harrison was playing an A, right? But there was a piano in there that was playing, like a G. And the bass was playing that, so you end up with these chords that are. It is what's playing, but it's not the guitar part. It's the whole thing. So if you're playing it on a piano, yes, that's great. I can play the bass and the guitar and a wee bit of the vocal melody at the same time. Whereas the actual guitar is just playing A. So you end up with these mad chords that are completely impossible to jam along with because it's already a whole song. So you can't put bass in an Oasis song because the bass is already being played because that's where the chords came from. Does that make sense? I do know E minor 7. I don't mind an E minor 7 in that. That's fine. But when it's like, that's like, then my timer down. Okay, the Stones did it as well because that's Monkey Man, isn't it? If you've never heard some of the good Stone stuff, it's well worth checking out. Sticky Fingers and Beggar's Banquet and all that. Amazing. Hey, Biff! Hey, Bjorn, Biff, you're back again for some banjo. Oh, Mr. Whitesnake is selling bootleg Malco t-shirts. So I'm just going to go, okay, we're caught up. Did Strung Out get any of their stolen guitars back? I don't know. It was around 300, same model, I'm sure. Played great, but looked amazing. I think the 300, there's a 300 and a 301. This is a 30. But they only made it for a couple of years. And actually, I'm kind of waiting to do it, but I'm going to spend a little bit more time in the video for this because there is no videos of anyone playing this guitar on the internet. There's very little information about it because it was the younger brother of the one that Paul Gilbert actually played. So it is cheaper. It didn't come with the DiMarzio pickups and slight modifications, but it's still basswood. Still got the same neck. Look at that. Malco Tap's coming soon. Oh God. I should make Malco tarpaulins available and not explain any of this to anyone. Someone might buy it. I'd use that to cover my boat. It'd be great. So Greg Bennett are good cheapos. They're made by Samick. Yes. I don't know if they're even cheapos, really. Well, cheapos if you're comparing them to, it's a cheapo. I only play Gibsons and American Fenders. Yes, it's a cheapo, but it's not a cheapo if you play normal guitars, Squires and mid-range stuff. I think they're slightly more expensive than they're like Squire Classic that kind of region. I think they're sort of the sort of £400 mark, something like that new. But he is dead now, Greg Bennett, unfortunately. But yes, they are good. Greg Bennett and Jay Turser. Jay Turser's one, I'm not really sure. I'm not sure, Tom, if you're right about the Bennett being Indonesian either. But yes, maybe it's possible you get 3 that are, but I think it's one of those ones like, I think you'll find Squire or Korean, and it's like, well, Yeah, some of them are, but not all of them, because they don't actually own a factory. They just contract it out. So you find it, even you find it in like with the Washburn stuff in the 80s in Japan. Yeah, the electric guitars were made by Tushin. The acoustics were made by Terada, made by a different factory. So they had a different contract because one factory makes electric guitars and one factory makes acoustic guitars. They're both the same. They're both Washburns. They're both owned by the same company, but the actual guitars have nothing in common. A lot of that happens with Squire and all these things. You know, you might find that the Affinity series from 2000 was Chinese, but the standard series was Korean, and then in 2002 the Affinity series was Indonesian, whereas the standard series was now made in China, and you know, all these things. It's like this sort of, they're subcontracting out. You know, people get contracts. It's still a Squire. It's still owned by the same people, but built in a completely different place. Oh. What is the lowest action for any price? This is the lowest action apart from Scott's Yamaha SG. I didn't measure it though. That I've ever seen on a guitar, 0.75 of a millimeter. That's half of the recommend. I mean, I'm judging this in one of these things. Watch out for these things though. This on it says it's a string action ruler for string instruments, and it says on the back what you should have. Electric guitar, sixth string should be between 1.5 and 2 mil, and the first string should be between 1 and 1.5 mil. One, Jesus, that's excessive. But that's a guitar like this can do 1 mil. You're not going to get 1 mil on like an Epiphone or a Squire. Without it buzzing like mad. Yeah, yeah, it's achieved. Obviously, you can make it nothing, but I mean, it won't play unless you do a serious fret job on it. But it's generally you can get to a max. There's a maximum or a maximum low action that your guitar's capable to do, and it's like there's only so good you can get it. I'm not finished with this. This goes better than what it is. But that's the thing. There's so far you can get. How much is a Westtone Concord 1 worth? Are you talking about the purple one that's on Facebook Marketplace just now? The problem with the Concord 1, which is quite rare for a Westtone, it's the cheapest one in the range at the time, right? It's an early one. It doesn't have like the Gotoh tuners on it. So one of the things about Westtones, by the time you get to the Thunders and the Spectrum, they've all Gotoh hardware. The Westtone Concord 1 has got not shit tuners, but not Gotoh amazing ones. I mean, Gotoh tuners now will cost you 50 or 60 quid, and they're basically the ones that are on this. Are these even branded Gotoh? These are actually branded Gotoh. The Westtone ones aren't, but if you take them off, it says Gotoh like on the inside that you can't see. Comes down to quality control more than place of manufacture. Yes, although I've actually watching Foxy's guitar channel, Gary, when he was talking the other night about he's got the PGM Micro, which is kind of looks a bit like this, but it's just all round smaller. Paul Gilbert actually plays them. He gave the fret job a pure negative. So the fret ends were really sharp and stuff like that, which is surprising. From an Ibanez, I'd be really disappointed in that. But yeah, when it comes down to the quality control, I was always thought of the quality control being at the end of the process. You know, like, what was the guy's name at Harley Benton? Alan, who signed it off, that Telecaster. It was absolutely awful. Absolutely not a guitar. You know what I mean? You think of the person at the end checking it, but no, the quality control is all the way through the process. So the quality control is in the bodies when they're cut out. Then it's when the bodies are routed. Then it's when they're painted. Then it's when the neck's done. Then when the neck's attached. It's a full. The quality control runs all the way through the process. It's not a case of getting a guitar once it's built, somebody checking it and going, "Yeah, that's fine." There's people. There's somebody at the end that does that, but I mean, you know, it's the quality controls all the way. You need to go all the way through. The best part last week was a new lathe in work. 19 grand. First thing I made was a brass slide. Nice. I'm trying to think of anything I want lathed. I don't know. You must be able to make. I don't know. You start thinking, could you make like a roller saddle? What was that? Was that a Duesenberg? No, what was the the guitar I had with a Bigsby on it last night. It got quite a lot. Last week I had quite a lot of views on it. I can't remember what it was. It was a Duesenberg. No, it was like that, and it's quite an elaborate wheel thing for the, in a Bigsby you've got like a metal bar, the strings go under. This had a sort of mad thing with rollers on it. Maybe making these things. Alan basically, Pontiac, I think Alan's job was to go right-handed Telecaster, black, yes, correct, into the box, sent to the shop, like that. Left-handed Telecaster, oh no, this is a red one. Oh, fail, goes into another pile. That's the quality control, when it's like they're basically making sure that the thing that it's written on the box is what it is in. No, nothing else. Does it have strings? Yes. Number of strings, 6. Pass. Does it have 6 tuners on it? Yes. Pass. Is it a black Telecaster? Pass. Next. But quicker than that. What strings is good? I've been buying Roto Sounds. Strings have gone up in price a lot recently. I used to be an Elixir man, but they're too expensive when I've got so many guitars running. £12, £13 a set. That was a few years ago. They were £12, £13 a set. I like Roto Sounds. I basically used to buy Roto Sounds because there was a picture of John Entwistle on the back of the packet. In fact, there's still a packet. There's still a picture of John Entwistle on the back of the packet. There's still a picture of John Entwistle on the back of the packet. So there you go. That's why I bought Roto Sound strings. Also, I started thinking the word which I'll get demonetized for, because these are made in Britain. I figured they're not going to have what do you call it, import taxes on them, whereas everyone's going crazy because of the words I can't mention because I'll get demonetized. £20 for a set of 3, so they're £7 each. But £7 each isn't actually that bad for strings these days. I remember they used to be £3. I remember Merchant City used to sell Didarios for £3 a set. Not anymore. That was 20 years ago. I like them. If you're talking about gauge, I've moved on to 9s. I was 10s forever, and Scott would always complain about it. And then one time I had to buy 9s because I didn't have 10s, and it was like, oh, these are awful, they're pure bendy. And then now it's like 9s are just better. Why work so hard? Basically, you just, once you're good at the guitar, or you can play competently, sort of. I'm assuming I'm being a bit big-headed there and saying I can play competently what I want to play. It's like you just don't hit it as hard, and it's fine. Hey, Skull and Drummit, good name. Any thoughts on short scale, Jag, etc.? They're fine. I would basically go for a different gauge of string. A Jaguar's 24-inch, so this is 25.5. Gibson, which you can't see anywhere. I don't have a Gibson scale guitar sitting here just now. It's 24 3/4. So you're kind of going down anyway. That one there you would think would be a Gibson. It's 25 because PRS invented the 25-inch scale. 8 years after that guitar, the Washburn did it. But the 24 is fine. It's just that basically instead of, if you're running 9s, give 2 seconds. Right, the tension, as in the bendiness. Yeah, why do they say tension, not just bendiness? The tension and the bendiness of the strings on a Strat or a 25-inch scale with 9s is the same as if you put 10s on a Gibson scale. So if you're playing a Gibson with 9s on it, which is perfectly reasonable, and you moved on to a Jaguar, if you put 10s on that, they'd probably be 24 is fine, basically. It's all right. There's no issues with that. I can handle when you get to 22.5-inch scale, which is actually what that wee Paul Gilbert Micro is. You couldn't really use 9s. You've got to use 10s, and they'll feel like lighter than 9s. So 10s or 11s on that, fine. Once you get down to 21-inch, 20-inch, you're putting 12s on it and stuff like that just to get it so it actually tunes. If you've got like a 21-inch guitar and you put 9s or 10s on it, you can make it so the tuner says they're in tune when they're open, but as soon as you start fretting notes, the tension's not enough to let the string vibrate properly, so it's just constantly out of tune. No matter what you do, you cannot play it. It's physically impossible. So basically, just as long as on this, you could put 8s on this. Probably wouldn't be that bad. You could probably put 7s on this and still play it. But if you got to a Jaguar and you put 8s on it, it's probably you're going to have to really modify the way you play and really be pure. Right, I'm going to really hold these down light so I don't accidentally, hold the chords. But you're bending it because you're just so used to having to push down. A difficult one. Oh. Fake strings everywhere, hard to get in tune, and they unwind at the bridge and end of snap. Yes, no, fake strings are awful. I get ripped off on a bag of with elixirs one time. Oh, £5 for elixirs. The trick if you're buying strings on eBay is always look at the shop, and if it's got 50 positive stars, next, or no stars, next. When I used to, because I get so stung with that elixir thing that I was basically buying them. Where was it? It was it's like 10,000 positive stars, and it was like, where was it? Was it Lancaster or what's the place I'm thinking of? Sheffield. What's near Sheffield but isn't Sheffield? Macclesfield, something like that. But it was like the Sheffield guitar shop that's been open for 20 years, and I was buying them in there. Okay, they were £1 more expensive than the fake ones, but you're buying it from an actual guitar shop. It's worth just doing it. It's not worth risking it, basically. And the thing, I'm having a problem just now. Actually, my pal's an area dealer, and they do strings for about dealer price, about £2 plus VAT for a set, and they're okay. So I've ordered £100 worth of them, basically off them to do all the JPAX guitars. There really is, just because I go through so many. It's a false economy to buy cheap ones, because if you end up buying them, I mean, I did a video actually. I hope I pulled it. If you're buying acoustic strings, there's a company, there's a guy on eBay selling Ziko, Ziko strings, and I think it's 5 sets of acoustic strings for £10, and they're all right. So if you're going through acoustics, fucking great. I just put them on. I've got them on my Japanese Washburns and stuff. They're great, fine acoustic strings. Maybe 90% as good as your Martins or Ernie Balls or something like that. Those are fine. It's when you start buying but they do electric strings as well, and I bought them, and basically it's 5 sets for £10, they're going to be great. And it's basically, I might as well just taking that £10 and throwing it away. So I should just have bought 1 set of Ernie Balls, and then I would have got 1 set of good strings, not 5 sets of useless ones. So it's like you're trying to save money thinking you're getting a good buy, but actually you're just throwing it away because they don't work. Terrible. What's your next guitar? I stopped buying guitars. You'll have noticed I've not been buying any more guitars. This one, my next guitar for the last year or something like that's been an Ibanez RG, a real one, a Japanese prestige one. And I started looking in, I don't know, October or November, and this one popped up. And I was sitting there like, up here. Not only is it a Japanese Ibanez RG, which is what I wanted, it's a Paul Gilbert one, and I'm a Paul Gilbert fan. Can't play any of his stuff, but I actually quite like the guitar itself. I like white. The silliness of having like the most aerodynamic and stripped down Formula One car of a guitar with nothing on it that's unnecessary, and then just painting F-holes on it. I like it's kind of, Paul Gilbert's a funny guy. He's really funny, and I think it's meant to be funny, and it sort of is. I think it looks cool. See the way they've put the volume controls actually inside. There's the switch, so that you can't just paint your Ibanez RG like this because the knob and the switch aren't in the right place. But that's so you can't see them, but they're there. I do like this. Like me, Mark, you've got a 22-inch scale with 8s on, tuned up though. Yeah, totally. Okay, no, that's the thing. If you've got one of your wee the wee 21-inch, the guitars you get, they're sort of kiddies ones that have got like a speaker built into them. Then you can tune them up to A and they work. The problem is I can't do alternate tunings because it just becomes really annoying, because you're going, all right, I'll just tune it to A, that's fine. So when if you've got it tuned to A, when you're playing an E on that guitar, it's actually an A. So it's possible to play a lot of songs with open chords, but they're all different ones. Whereas I'm like pure, but play Satisfaction, it's an A. I was like, oh no, it's not. I've got to play E then. So it's like, yeah, it gets confusing. It gets confusing. Oh, so I'm getting a wee bit behind again. Thanks for talking so much. This is great. Awesome. Do Dan Electro have good parts? Depends which Dan Electro it is you buy. Generally, I think so, yes. I mean, I'm more versed now. The last couple of months I've been doing guitars for a band called the Bucky Rage. What a great name for a band, eh? The Bucky Rage. And yes, but they're quirky. Yeah, I think they're all right. If you go back to the 60s ones, I don't know. Oh, oh. Hello, New Mexico. Hello, New Mexico. Yeah, strings have went up because the price of metal has went nuts in the last year. Yeah, but it was just the word I can't mention, and you're just everything. Food's doubled and all that. Everything's doubled. Texas, rocking. Yeah, I find tens a happy medium. Oh, I think 10. Well, yes. I mean, I just use 10. To be honest, I just use tens because I was used to it. It's a scary thing to actually try and work your way in to actually decide what it is you actually like. The thing is that when you play tens, everything's fine. When you play nines, you seem a bit weedy. But then once you've played the nines for a couple of weeks because you couldn't get tens, which happened to me, you're like, you get used to them, and then you end up liking them, and you go back to tens. And it's like, oh, just bend this. Oh, why am I working so hard? Why are my fingers hurting? Why can't I bend this note? You can still do the bends. It's just like, ow. It's like whenever I'm playing acoustic, it's always I'm not too bad with bending the B and the E strings, but it's up here. You don't know you ever bend the G string, but on an acoustic it's wound. So it's like pure, no problem, no problem. You're bending it until it hurts to get to the note rather than just bending it to the note. So you just get used to it. There is no right way around. I don't necessarily think that tone, Mr. White, you like your tone, is really affected by the strings. As if you play it differently. But I mean, and generally you get people who play, like if you're using, apart from if you're down tuning, so I like using 12s on my strat, and you're like, really? Is that right? And they're just da 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 da, and they're absolutely battering it, which is a different way of doing it. It's fine. You know what I mean? If that's your thing. Not really into it that way. Tony Iommi used eights. So there you go. He's Ernie Ball 8 and Dario 10s. Hey, Tammy, after a spear telly, is it a red one? Did I see a red one the other day on Facebook Marketplace? Sorry, I'm just assuming everyone lives here. Obviously, if you're in Texas, you're not finding spear guitars. Just be careful with the spear guitars, and make sure it's definitely not one of those ones that came from that auction site in Hartel about 3 years ago, or whatever it was. Because I bought one of them, and it's still flew next door because I tried to level those frets, and then I strung it up, and then I took the strings off it, and I tried to level those frets, and then I strung it up, and then I filed those bastard frets, and it's still fucked. So. But those are from that. Those were catalog returns. They were like returns from the shop because they were fucked and they were just terrible. I've played some spears that were all right. They've got one that's got like a metal top on it, which actually looks pretty cool. I think it's called a Gladiator. It looks pretty cool. If you're going for that one, make sure you actually play one first because the metal top on it isn't metal. It's a horrible plasticky sort of, and when you tap it, it kind of goes. It's like that, and you're like, yeah. Be careful. Be careful with the spears. They look very good, but basically make sure you try it first and make sure it's all right. And if it looks really good and it feels all right, but it doesn't play, unless you're a better guitar fixer than me, avoid. I think I'm afraid. I've not really played a spear that was amazing. No, I did. I had one. I had a red Les Paul, which I tried to do a swirl finish on, and it ended up looking like marbled meat. But it was dead difficult to sell because everyone knows that spears are shit, and it's like that. It was actually a really good Les Paul. It was better than your Epiphone standard. I think I sold it for like 120 quid or something like that. Ridiculous. Got a 22 scale with 8s on it. Oh, sorry, grab. Used to use 10s. Jeff Beck used 10s. Well, that's enough. As long if you've got, I mean, you just need an excuse. I'm using Rotor Sound strings because there's a picture of John Entwistle on it. So, I mean, whatever you get. Tam got one of those Heartwood vibrato. I don't know what it is. Use GHS boomers and never seen her foot like. Well, possibly, yes. I don't know. I mean, you might find Pontiac. It's not the same in America as it is here. I don't know. Kit Kats, I think. Kit Karts is funnier than Kit Kats. The guitar shop only give 60% of guitars worth in trade. I think. Well, that's kind of what their markup is on a new guitar. Generally, I think you'll find that if you're trading in, they'll just shift it at kind of costs. I mean, that's why. I mean, I've had a few guitars out of Guitar. They don't give you very much, but they sell them cheap to get them out the shop so they can make more money. Because if they're buying a guitar in, like a £600 guitar, they're basically paying £200 for that. There's a £400 profit in it. So you're trying to trade in your Epiphone that's worth street value 200. They're going, well, £200, we could buy another one of the £600 ones. So they'll give you 80 quid for it and then sell it for 120 sort of thing, just to get it out the door, because it's not what there's no profit in selling secondhand guitars. That's why you don't really get very many secondhand guitar shops anymore. It is difficult. Sorry, I'm a wee bit behind there. Scott, it's the best looking RG there is. This one, I like it. RGs are not beautiful guitars. I don't think that's our main issue. I'm not. It's not offending me, the reverse headstock, but I would rather it was the right way up. I think. Obviously they've got to do something. Actually, what Foxy was saying, the reason it's this way around, I always thought it was something to do with down tuning. If you're going to do a drop D or something, it was a good idea to have this extra length on the E string, which would give it more. It would be better for down tuning. But apparently, according to Foxy, which makes more sense than what I thought, it's because, see, when you bend, well, it doesn't work when you, obviously when you've got a Floyd Rose, that's just cancelled. It's cancelled either way. But if you don't have locking clamps, when you bend a string, like you're going to be bending the thin 3 strings. So when you bend it, it pulls the string through the slot, yeah, because the string's stretching. Whereas if the machine head's only there, it's only got that amount to stretch, so it's not going to stretch very much. Whereas if you imagine it the other way around, the high E string is that long, so there's more string there, so it'll stretch more, so it'll be more likely to stick. I don't know. To be honest, I think even if you ask Paul Gilbert, it would just sort of look cool, and it wasn't the same as Steve Vai's. Acoustic, I used the Dario Bronze, $80-20. Acoustic guitar strings are important when you're playing a good guitar. Yes, I don't really play acoustic enough to notice, to be honest. I struggle with that with a lot of guitars because I've got so many of them. Never really fine-tuning them to the extent I would like, or actually fully learning how to use the strings. I'm a bit more, like driving lots of different cars. It's like I'm just used to it, so I could, put me in a, like a Gibson scale or a Telecaster, I can change quite quickly, but I'm not really the master of any of them, but I'm quite good on everything. So I'm more likely to be able to play a bizarre guitar than most people because I'm so used to playing so many different types of guitar. Whereas if you spent 20 years gigging and you only ever play your Telecaster, when you get a shot of someone else's Telecaster where the action's lower, it's wrong, or even the strings are a different gauge. I only ever use 10s, and it's like I'm always skipping between basses and guitars and different scales and different sizes, so I'm kind of a bit more averagey, not the master of any one. I love the sound of a you can't beat acoustic strings, are amazing. This time of year, I don't change my acoustic strings. I just don't change my acoustic strings. I should just sell my acoustics and never play them. I should have one. I agree that, but it's just not, I don't hate them. It's just I don't like them as much. I don't play them as much. So that's kind of it. I think there's an awful lot bigger difference between a good acoustic and a good electric, though. Like whatever the cheapest, like £100 acoustic, between that and a £500 acoustic is a much bigger gap than there is between a £100 electric and a £500 electric, sort of, I think, because the actual construction makes a difference. The construction does make a difference, but really it's a case of lining it up right more than anything else. Whereas acoustics, you've got all the woods, difference. It makes a huge difference whether it's made of mahogany or plywood or maple. It tonally changes it. As I said, the T word again. That'll get me demonetized. I'm intentionally not saying anything that I think might be at all controversial. Any Ball hybrids, best of both worlds. Yes, Scott, I do like them. It doesn't, to be honest. I don't really notice. You kind of get used to whatever it is you're used to. The problem with the Any Ball hybrids is I can't get them cheap. And I'm a cheap bastard. I'll suffer having not very heavy, thick strings. Just if I save £2 in a set. Had Ace Italian, kept pulling the high E off the fretboard. Yeah, but I mean that's just because you're not used to it. It's the same as I remember my pal used to play it. He was a big Pink Floyd fan and only had an acoustic, and he could actually play "Shine On You Crazy Diamond" on an acoustic, as in, do 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 do, like pure, because the body's here on an acoustic, so he's over the top, and he could play that. But see, when you gave him an electric guitar, it's like pure. All right, so you'd be like, pure, right, and he'd be like, pure, give us a G, and it's like, don't hold the strings in so hard. But because he was so used to putting so much effort into it, he couldn't actually physically play an acoustic guitar. We used to actually have a thing called mole tuning, which was like, pure, this guitar's not in tune. It's not in tune, it's like that. And he's like, hold the strings in like fuck. And then it was in tune, because he would basically tune it so that when he was absolutely holding those strings in with a vice, it was in tune. It's kind of bizarre. You'd have to fake. No, I can do it. You can just, what you do is you start lower. Instead of taking this note and bend it to there, you take this note and you bend it that much. See? See? You do learn things in these things. Any recommendations for a Bigsby tremolo copy that's not crap? I don't know. Someone asked earlier on, I've skipped to it. Ask me too many questions, which are great. Please do. Asked if it was. I didn't find it difficult to restring a Bigsby. I'd heard so much it was really hard, really difficult. And I'd be, Bigsby, pure nightmare to string. And I was like, oh God, I've got to string this Bigsby. It was like a couple of months ago. Oh God. And then 5 minutes later it was done. I was like, I wasn't anything like as hard as I was led to believe, but I can string, like a Strat or something like that without even noticing I've done it. It's like, it's the same as like, see, stripping a Strat down, taking it down so I can get at the pickups. It's like, oh God, got to take the strings off, undo all the screws and blah, 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 to get at the pickups. And it's basically what happens is I stick a film on or stick on YouTube, and it's like pure, fucking still got to do. I've done it because it's a total automatic process. The same as like, driving. It's like, okay, you've got to learn to drive, but I drive from here, to the shop, and it's like, I don't remember turning the corners. I don't remember changing gear. I did, because I got there alive. So I'm there, but it's like your brain kind of goes, automatic. Oh, there's a dog. Avoid that, right? Automatic. It's like that. So you only really notice when something interesting happens. Just in case of getting used to it. Was your pal happy with the gold telly pickups that he's picking up tomorrow? I don't know. He did ask me. He was like, he's down in London. He's coming up tomorrow, and he was like, yeah, it's not running. It's happier. And he's like, is it a good guitar? Lol, because he's never played the thing, because it was he basically bought a body and the neck came from somewhere else, and he had this mad idea and he got somebody else to route it out, which is going to end up costing him more money because I had to route it again because none of it was routed enough. It's like, yes, it was routed for 2 humbuckers here and here, but it was routed for 2 humbuckers that were that size, which you don't get humbuckers that size. The ones he had were that size, so I had to fucking route it again. And the same with So it'll be interesting to see what he does with it. Demonetized. What was it? I saw that thing we were talking there about. I was watching some Monty Python the last couple of days, and they're talking about the classic marital position, which is the man flat on his back with his wallet wide open. Yeah, that's what being married is, according to Eric Idle. Tuning stability is an issue with all Bigsbys. Only, Scott, if you actually use the Bigsby. You can have the Bigsby on, tune it up, not touch it. Fine. But yeah, it kind of... Alexander, use a capo to hold the strings in place when tuning a bit. Yeah, you can do that. I don't have a capo. Capos are for... I don't use capos. I do actually have one somewhere. I never got one of the clamp ones though. Mine's one of the stupid ones. You have to... It takes like a minute to put it on. But yeah, no, I'm used to the tactic. We all know the tactic where you kind of pull the string up with your pinky and then push it down with your finger like that. So you're kind of keeping tension and pushing it down while you put it. Or the tuner's in the wrong way around in this guitar, but you know what I mean. I didn't find the Bigsby that hard just because I was expecting it to be really difficult. I had no problem at all. Don't use the Bigsby and everything will be fine. Looks cool. I'm actually wondering. I've got a Flying V that I got JPax to paint, which before I realized what it was she was actually doing, she just said, just painting guitar things work really well with that one. So up here, right? So I think she'd done 3. So I turned up with some other guitars. There you go. And there were a couple of them were just ones that were lying about, and it's like, yeah, you just want shite guitars to paint. There you go. Not shite guitars. There's a Yamaha bass there. You can't see because of the AC/DC box set. And it's like, I've actually fixed them. I've still got work to do. It's just the reason I gave you these is because they've been hanging up in my garage for a year. Yeah. And I've got a Flying V that I was at one point I was going to put a Bigsby on, and it's like, because I was going to put a piece of metal in between. I've seen this somewhere. I've got like a fake Bigsby. I don't know whether it's worth it. Hey, Space Monkey, good name. Milk's quite good as well, actually. Hi, Milk. That's a good. No one's ever called me that before, but that's a good way. I was like, oh, your name's Malco, or is that how's that spelled? Is that it's like milk but with an A? I like it. Cheers. I don't find milk offensive in the slightest, whereas Malky, don't like that. More of a cool look for me to want a Bigsby. Yeah, I mean, I understand wanting a Bigsby. Again, a Bigsby for me depends on which guitar it is you're putting it on. If you're putting it on like a Gretsch White Falcon looky thing, like acoustic sized electric, I quite like that, because what you actually want the Bigsby to do is you go. That's what a Bigsby does, which kind of works on that sort of guitar. But if I put it on a Telly or a Les Paul or something, I want it to go. And as I know, they just don't do that. Or if you do that, there's no way it's ever returning to tune. I mean, it's got a shimmery thing. I get it. I mean, if you're playing single notes, finger vibrato, that's fine. But you can't do chords. This you got given it. So my point there would be, why have a Bigsby when you could have like a Strat Trem or a Floyd Rose? That's what it does. That fly is really pissing me off. Hey, Spice Minky. Semi-skim milk. All good. Oh, semi-skim milk. That could be like my super light show. No, hey, Ben said, we are getting some great ideas tonight. These are all getting stolen and you're not getting credit for them. It's great. The reason I sold my Yamaha Revstar, I need to take it off. Is that, Scott, is that on that EVH black and yellow stripe Strat a real Floyd or not? Ben, I don't know if Scott asked. Yeah, it's actually, is it a Floyd Rose Special it's called? Because, I mean, it's actually just says Floyd Rose. Even this one is this is an Ibanez Low TRS Trem 2. It says licensed, but I think the one on that is actually a Floyd Rose. A Floyd Rose Special, I think it's called. Hey, Ron Van Hee, my Telly Cabernet has a Bigsby, and I was afraid of tuning issues, but no worries whatsoever. I mean, again, it's like, see if it's been set up, but the problem is, if it's been set up, you're lucky, because I mean, there is a chance. It's like the whole thing about, if you're buying my Epiphone Les Paul is pure amazing when I got it straight out the shop. It's possible it is, yes. Most of them probably aren't, but some of them might be, just by the law of averages. The things that are not perfect have all just cancelled each other out. You end up with something good. It's possible, yeah. I've never played a B-Bender Telly. No, I've thought about doing it though. I mean, you could. The thing is, see a B-Bender. Well, no, because then the thing with the B-Bender's for slide. Really, it means you can do that the pedal steel thing where you hit a chord, and then you can make it go and do what makes it sound like a slide guitar. But you kind of push down on it. It's very elaborate system. It's like when you see what a B-Bender is, it's like kind of, you go into the back of the guitar and it's like it's connected to the strap button. So it's like a lever that this is all open. It's a lever that comes up here with springs in it, and then it goes down there and through here and round a cog thing with some more levers, and it comes through. And what it does is it basically pulls just the B string. I've seen, if you ever watch Thingy's got one. Jack White's got a guitar that's got a few different benders on it. I think he's got 2 tremolo arms, and one of them's just for a B. You could try it. See if you like fitted a Bigsby to something like a Les Paul or something with a tunematic bridge, or even a stop, like a wrap over bridge type thing, and then you put a Bigsby behind it. You've got your Bigsby. You just put the B string onto the Bigsby, and you let the rest go around the wraparound bridge, and then you've got your. I suppose if you kind of played it like that and used your arm, which must be an option, like if you're just bending it and maybe pulling it up, you could maybe something like that. You know, you could get around it. Maybe you need to try that actually. The problem is I don't really know how to play any slide. And I don't. Yeah, there's things there. Ah, call me semi here. Have you heard "Better Man" by John Butler Trio? I have not. The Milky Bar Kid. Oh fuck's sake! This I'm having to look back at this and find out my t-shirts. Milky Bar Kid's quite funny. Yeah. The Milky Bar obviously only sells Bucky. Like Gretchen's a Bigsby and it's a different experience. Yeah, but I mean the thing is, it's like what I was saying there is like with a Floyd Rose, you can do everything a Bigsby can do. Just here we go. No, I wondered if you could actually just blow it. See if you put something a bit bigger, like a piece of wood on there, so it's something you actually could. I wonder if you could actually make it. You know, you could actually blow the bridge out, but it's not that. But this is like a well set up one, so you can do trills. See, it goes. Brrr. I need to dig out, move 3 boxes of collections to dig each out. So yeah, it's like that's not for this channel, Scott. I've decided I don't want to lose any more subs, so I'm not going to talk about the S word. Get me demonetized. I'm not talking about the S words. The S words for the new channel, which I've not done anything about yet. But I do need to come around to your house, and instead of maybe do a double shift, I'd quite like to join RG Club, seeing as I've now got my one perfectly working, and have a wee bit of an RG thing with us, so people know you're still alive. You are still alive. But the old B-Bender is dead. Guy upstate York has created an improvement which only involves the bridge. I don't know. The thing about the B-Bender is you're free from it. There's you're like a pedal steel. You're playing away. The actual pedals bend different strings. I mean, this might be pure obvious to people. I don't really know what pedal steels are, but that's what the pedals do. And you've got like foot things and things you bend with your knee. So you're sitting there and it's like you've just got basically just a slide guitar, you know, in open tuning. But if you push down, it bends the B string. But if you move your knee to the side, there's another lever which bends another string. I don't know. Oh. How many strings brings that for? I think it's 3. Oh. It's 3. It's 3. And they've got I didn't do into this. Well, I've not modified this guitar, but actually when you're there, Scott, do you have any straps I would like? Because I know you like your DiMarzio straps. I don't like this strap. It's lumpy when it sits on my shoulder, and it's lumpy. See where it goes on my back? There, I can feel it. So if you've got a decent strap, I'll swap it for this one, or I'll just leave it on it. It's up to you. The new B-Bender does a B and G and E. Have you seen the Bigsby that you get as a pedal? I saw it in Anderton's, obviously a digital sampling pedal, but it basically looks like the art. Like it's actually made by Bigsby, and it's actually got a Bigsby on it, but it's a pedal. So when you put your foot on it, it works exactly the same as a Bigsby. You can also get a digital one, where it's basically it clamps on at the front of your guitar, like the way a Bigsby does, but your guitar's hardtail. But if you wiggle it digitally, it's so you basically take a Bigsby and you can just stick it on this or on any guitar you want. I don't know what that's like. Catch you later, Kit Kats. I'll look out for some Telecasters for you. Don't worry. Yeah, I know you're a big fan. I kind of see if Telecasters were more common, I'd just fucking build you one and make you play it. And you would feel guilty if I gave you it because you would have to play it because I gave you it. Yeah. What is that? It's one of those DiMarzio, the one you like. You've got like, have you not got? You remember the connector things on it? I mean, it's on it. I'd rather have a decent strap. I'm not talking about one of those fucking ones that I didn't even take off, Tony, or one of those rotor sound ones that squeak. I don't want that, but I'd like just a nice strap when it goes with this guitar. Won't even know. If you told me this morning I was getting an Epiphone Nighthawk, I wouldn't believe it. The Epiphone Nighthawk's a funny looking, a weird guitar. It's got like an angle pickup. I remember them. I remember them being in the shop, but I was probably right not to buy one because I don't think they're worth very much money now compared to like whatever the Epiphone Les Paul you could buy at the time. which would have been sort of the same price. I think the Les Paul's worth a lot more money, whereas the Nighthawk's like, but Slash doesn't play that. Neither does Jimmy Page. I'm not buying that. It's got that to it, so it's probably one of your value guitars these days. Oh. That digital trem is called it the Virtual Jeff. Really? Oh no, that's not obviously not the Bigsby. There might be a trem one as well. Yeah, totally. Virtual Jeff. Show him. I take it you mean I'll show you the Alice Cooper guitar. This is well. You've ruined it by saying what it is, but hold on 2 seconds. This guitar. Oh, Kit Kat, you might not be here. We're talking about. There you go. This is the School's Out telly, which I can't wait to put together. I just haven't had time. It's a bit more work. It's getting a Squire Strat neck because it so nearly almost fits perfectly. It's pure perfect all the way around here. It just needs like a millimeter or 2 millimeters to make it a bit squarer. Put it on, which will be compensated by the bridge, which isn't even on it yet. Yeah, so School's Out because it kind of looks a bit like it's like a blackboard and stuff like that. Whether that was intentional or not, but check that. I don't know if you can really see how that working, but it's got like 3D eyeballs. But the thing that really gets me is like, see, this looks like it's on the surface. Well, it's on the surface, but this has depth. It's inside it. When Scott said I was up here, I totally want that guitar, and Jen's like, I can have it. Scott's like, no. I was like, no, fuck, I don't mean I want you to give it to me or I want it back. I just mean, obviously, how can you not want this guitar? How can everyone in the world who's any sort of music fan not want the Alice Cooper Telecaster? Once that's working, it's going to be absolutely stunning. But I just need time to get at it. If you get time and you want to put it back together again, Scott, go for it. I'll take it over Jen's and I'll give you the neck that just needs a wee bit of belt sanding in the bottom. 5 minutes of belt sanding. I see this. These straps. Let's see that bit there where the buckle is. That's right in the middle of my back. Shitty strap that. Do stock pickups in Westtone need changing? Is this are you talking about this purple one? I don't know about the single coils. I've heard bad things about single coils in that era, but I would doubt it very much. It depends what you like. I suppose you very, very rarely find a Westtone Thunder that's got. Well, you don't find a Westtone Thunder that's got changed tuners unless somebody stole the tuners to put on their Gibson because they're much better, or something. Or if it's a Spectrum, they stole the tuners to put on their Mexican Strat because they're much better. People don't upgrade them, and the same with the pickups. If you don't like DiMarzio Super Distortions, then I suppose, but I mean, they're fucking pretty much DiMarzio Super Distortion. Oh. I got a £40 40 plus Manson guitar strap for a tenner. Listen to Masons. Well, there you go. Yeah, totally. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what my favourite straps are. Actually, one of my favourite straps is the one that's on the Red Star. This one, which is it's a soft material. It's a bit thin, a bit camp, but I quite like it. I don't know. It's something a bit different. You know, it's like, it kind of depends. I don't like this one because it's like that bit there, where that buckle is there. I can feel it digging into my chest, and in the middle of the back, it's got a bit there. Plus, also, it's the pure stock one. It's like pure. Oh, I've got an Ibanez RG. I'd better put DiMarzio's in it, and I'd better put this strap on it. And it doesn't really. Hey, Bandside, missed it. A Nighthawk by a Bohier years back, bandwagon in Perth. Had a shot of it, really liked it. Boy, that worked there, snapped up ahead of it. Well, I know, it's one of those things, but the thing is, it's like, what is it? I don't really know what it is. I remember the guy who I bought my Schecter Stratocaster monster tone pickups and stainless steel Omnipots scratch plate from, which was, there was one on eBay for £1,000. When I bought that for 30 quid off the guy, he had a Gibson Nighthawk, like a Gibson one, so it'd be the early one, and it had like the pickups actually had Gibson engraved on it, and it was blue. So you got like a humbucker and then a slanted single coil and a slanted something. I'm not really sure what it is. I need to have a shot of it. It's that whole thing about when you get given a guitar, what are you going to play on it? Like just as an initial, what does it make you feel? That's why I kind of struggle a wee bit with this. I'm still a little bit. I'm not really able to play Paul Gilbert or Steve Vai. These are Steve Vai pickups, by the way. That's what I was saying about the most expensive pickups. These pickups, I didn't, not what I paid for them, but what these pickups new cost more than every guitar I've ever bought, bar about 3. If you just bought these 3 pickups, bar about 3 or 4 guitars I've got that I've paid more than what it would cost to buy these pickups new. They're funny pickups. I don't know if there's really that much point doing a demo of them because I know the sound's really, really compressed because my bandwidth isn't big enough on the live thing. Yeah, there you go, Scott. So these you like. That's what I'm saying. It's not like a case of I want you because I think it's shit. It's like I want to swap because I think it's shit, and I know you like them because Gary Moore had one. That's fine. It's just totally. It's just a taste thing. Yeah. Not even much to me. That guitar looks like a migraine attack. Did Jimmy Page have a B bender on his guitar where one button worked the B string and the other worked the E string? What you mean, like when you say button, you mean strap button? So you could pull from the front and it would bend the B, and if you pulled from the back, it would bend the E? Possibly. Never heard of such things, but yes, I mean, mechanically, I can see how that'd be interesting. It sounds like my guitar. They're all over the place. You not seen. Where have you been? You not seen the J-Pax guitars? The wee red bass no longer being wee and red. You know, it's like it's complex. The thing is, it's like having one on the wall. It's really hard to describe because they don't really show up in photos or in videos. But see if you've got one of these and you look at it, oh my god, there's depth to it, and you see so many patterns and things which I'm not going to say they're not there, but they are there. But your brain deals with it in a strange way because of the way the complex of the colors. It really depends. This one, to me, looking at that picture, this one looks blue. It's orange most of the time. It depends what the light is. It's kind of bizarre because different frequencies reflect different things. I've got a few of them kicking about. That one, look at. I mean, is this one a migraine? This is my favorite one. I think this is the best. Well, I don't know. Maybe because it's mine. I mean, I don't even know. I mean, I mean, me showing you it for 10 seconds like this does not do what it's actually like looking at it, because after 10 minutes, you're looking at it and going, oh, hold on. Literally, the guitar changes color just now. It's a mash, some red, but it totally changes color. And it's like, I can't, I don't understand how the human brain works, but it sees things in this, and Jen's an absolute genius at it. Nighthawk could have done a split coil thing, yeah, totally. Oh, Nighthawk and Blueshawk. I can't remember the difference. Yes, I know. I don't know whether it was a Blueshawk, and they're very similar. It's kind of like it's like a flat, small-bodied Les Paul with a bigger cutaway and funny pickups. But I think it is like, is it a humbucker, a P90, and a single coil, something like that? Yeah, totally. Oh, okay. Just back from smoking my bruv's carton. You can hear the Who plus orchestra blast out My Generation from Edinburgh Castle. All right, cool. Wow. Amazing. That would be pretty cool. I don't know. Of all the songs in the world that you think, what would be good with an orchestra? My Generation isn't one that I would have really knocked out as being, yeah, really like to hear that one orchestra up here. Okay, babe. Okay, maybe, yeah, too. See, that's my thing about humbuckers. Clean. But when you've got the fancy single coil stuff, it's like, wow, what a different thing it is. You know, it's like pure harsh and annoying. Oh. Yeah. Are you good enough to be a session player? It depends what session, I suppose. On it. No, don't think so. I don't. I can play what the few things that I can play quite well because You've seen me playing on all these YouTube videos. That's all I can do. I can't do anything else. I can't. Give me jazz or country or something. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm much more competent in the bass. Catch you later, Jez. Cheers. I am still on the hunt for that £100 guitar that I'm going to make an entire series of. It's going to be great. I keep seeing ones that are sort of close, but just not right. A shite hawk. Yes, I used my pal used to always say it was his favourite words. His favourite terms were gobshite and shite hawk, both being good. But you're not. The thing is, it's like if you could source an old Nighthawk, you're not going to find an old Nighthawk cheap. I'm not even an Epiphone one. I'm not going to find a Nighthawk for cheap enough to do silly things with. But cheers, Jess. Enjoy your princess. I would totally see things in those painted guitars because I smoke weed. I used to occasionally, but not. I don't in general. But I mean, no. I think it's a brain chemistry thing, Mr. White. You're one of us. You know it. Yeah. No, it's kind of bizarre. Tone King Gremlin thoughts? I don't know what a Tone King Gremlin is. Is that an amp? Or a guitar? I don't know. I really don't look up that much. I watch YouTube all the time, but I watch crap that's got nothing to do with guitars. It's like we hear people who's like they don't listen to like fucking famous bands. They don't listen to other bands because they don't want to be influenced. I kind of do that a bit. I mean, I'm kind of aware of roughly what's going on, but I'm not. The thing is, I'm not really interested in the new PRS Telecaster that costs £3,000 because, yeah, I suppose I could sell some guitars and save up and buy one, but I mean, £3,000 for a guitar, £3,000 for 20 guitars or 30 guitars that are all much more interesting than a PRS Telecaster, as far as I'm concerned. So I don't really bother looking up these things. It's almost worth doing. That would be an interesting thing. Talking about when's September weekend, isn't it? That's mushy season. Like just get in a room of J-Pac's guitar and take mushrooms. That would be a really interesting. Be interesting to see what it was actually turned out to. It's kind of like that. That maybe reminds me of that somehow. Oh. Nighthawk as a slanted humbucker, bridge single middle, and a mini humbucker. A blues talking about. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's it done. Yes. Aye. And I knew it was something funny. I thought I've done it before. You know, it's like I've done. I think a few of the Buckycasters are a bit like that. Actually, I was in the bars earlier on today talking to. I was in Blitzkrieg shop and he's wanting more Buckycasters. I've got 4 sitting there, so there's 4 Buckycasters coming up, and it's going to be. They're all going to be sort of the same, but with different pickup configurations. I don't really know, but the whole idea. I've done guitar that's got like a P90. Have I done? Maybe I've not done one that's got all 4 in it. I mean, why not? Why not have? Honestly, I've done 4 pickup, but all different. So you can have like I think I've done a telly neck pickup, and a P90 and a humbucker, or it's like just having different ones. The problem is where do you put them, or do I do? Oh, there you go. Maybe I could sell all the Buckycasters to the same person. So I could sell like the 3 pickup Stratocaster that's got a P90, a Telecaster neck pickup, and a humbucker, and then another one that's got the same pickups but in a different order. But one of them's a mini humbucker. All these things, interesting. No, I don't know what a Tone King Gremlin is. He says it's an Atvow. Atvow. I'm going to call you Atvow. Yeah, I don't know. I was totally not into amps at all. Basically, I just ran with. I used my Softtech forever, and then I bought a wee Laney, which is a smaller thing, and then in a couple of trades, I ended up accumulating. I mean, I was sitting there with one amp. Well, the wee Laney and my gigging amp, the Softtech. I bought the 3x12 cabinet because it's a 3x12 and the speakers are all angled, which is a fucking great design. And the only reason I reckon they don't make that is because it must be too expensive to make. Because the idea of having one speaker pointing up, so when you're at a gig and you're standing right in front of your amp, rather than having 4 speakers all blasting out past your knees, one of them's pointing at me. Also, one of them's pointing over there, and one of them's pointing over there. So it just it fills the room ridiculously. 3x12 amp. Also, I was my pal's selling a 4x12, which has been sitting in my hall for about 3 months now. He asked me to carry it outside to take a photo of it when it wasn't raining, so I did it earlier on today. It's so big. A Marshall 4x12 is. I know it's not twice the size of that wee 3x12, but it's that. It's amazing how compact that is compared to. The magic mushes are just appearing by field of work behind the cupboard. Oh, really? Wow. I didn't think they were as early as that. Possibly, yeah. Hey, Boss Hog, how's it going? The YouTube review sounds amazing. I don't know. I mean, one of the reasons the reason I started doing the YouTube channel is because we're going back 10 years when I started doing this. I didn't do it, but I didn't do it as a money making scam or anything, or it was just a video every now and I was just going to document the guitars that I had. Sound like Trogley saying that, but I did all the guitars that I was really enjoying. There was no videos for them on YouTube, like the Washburns and stuff. Now it's moved on a little bit, but I used to get really pissed off with the fact that even when I was trying to buy the wee Black Star Fly amp, I wanted to know what the wee Black Star Fly amp sounded like, and every single demo I could find of it, it was mic'd up and going through Pro Tools, and you're like, but I want to know what it sounds like if I bought that and put it there, sitting in the house. So basically, all my videos are there's the mic, there's the amp, which I know I should upgrade it. I am going to upgrade to proper sound and stuff like that because I'm a bit quieter than everyone else. The sound quality's not there, but it does sound like, if you're assuming you're listening to it on like a hi-fi or headphones, it sounds very pretty accurate to what it actually sounds like. If you were standing here looking at that amp, it sounds like that. Obviously, there are problems with me standing between the amp and the guitar. I mean, there's a huge difference between me standing here and me standing here. Sounds the same to me, but I'm either blocking out the speakers, not as much. I'm playing to the 3x12, which flings it about, but yeah. Fire and Water? I don't know. Fire and Water. I know the song. I can't remember it. Free, and I need to listen to Free again. Maybe I think I was using quite a lot of Free stuff when I was in the blues band. Because when I was a kid, I mean, I've got a few of the Free albums. I've got Fire and Water and Highway and all that. I did like them. And the bass player's amazing. Bump, 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 doo. How to if you've got an EBO that play it like that and it makes sense. Try and play anything else on EBO. It's just like, this is just crap. But I've got an EBO. I've got a 1968 Gibson, my oldest and probably probably my oldest guitar. It's a proper Gibson from '68. It just sounds terrible. But if you try and play free on it, it suddenly makes perfect sense, and then you can modify that into play. So you got to play it like Andy Fraser. 950 USD, cheapest Nighthawk in USA, most closer to $2,000. Yes, I'm not spending that. Kill that fly. I've got. The thing is about the flies, it's not annoying me just now because it's not landing on me. See when they fucking just land on your arms or your bare knees when you're wearing shorts. But basically having a proper fly swatter that's got like a gap on it rather than using like a newspaper or something, it's like I will get it. The wee bastard is dead. He will die tonight. Why is that door closed? Oh my God, I've just let... that was almost like a vacuum. I can almost feel the sweaty air leaving. Hopefully the fly will fuck off then. If you use a Tunamatic, you can squeeze a piezo and single coil behind the bridge. Yeah, but that doesn't pick up the... That just picks up... How do I even do it? That just picks up that kind of thing. You can get 4 humbuckers in a Yamaha Pacifica because I built a Yamaha Pacifica with 4 humbuckers in it. Just to see what it was like. Why do the Bert Masson telly bridge strap middle and mini humbucker neck? Middle and mixer pot. Yes. Well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it's like I've been through the stages. If you go, but I mean, I've tried a lot of things in guitars, and doing all the things, and basically it works out to now. My thing is to try and make it relatively easy to understand what it is that's going on, and then you're trying to make something useful. Because I don't know, I seem to have some sort of gift for guitar wiring for some reason. I don't know. It's not really that hard. I think it is. Or maybe people intentionally make it sound difficult so you don't try and do it yourself. Guitar wiring's a piece of piss. Guitar wiring question, does it matter what pickup is facing towards the neck? Do you mean which coil? Whether it's this way round or if you flip it round like 180 degrees? No. Not really. There is an element of if you want to adjust the pole pieces, which both are doing that. But I mean, if you did, do you know what I mean? Like you're talking about, if you not on these because all the pole pieces are adjustable, but on like Gibson humbuckers or something like that, so you've got 6 ones that are adjustable in height, and then you've got 3 that are just bar magnets. Ultimately, no. But if you're doing the coil splitty thing, it can make a difference because if you're going to Right. I'm trying to make this not sound much more complicated than it is by talking about it too much. Right. So imagine the middle pickup isn't there, right? I've got 2 humbuckers, right? One of the coils in the humbucker is wound clockwise and has a positive magnet in it. The other coil has a negative magnet on it and it's wound anti-clockwise, right? Hence how it's a humbucker. So these 2 coils are not both the same. One is this upside down, it's got a different magnetic field and it's wound the opposite way, which means that when you put both of them together, they back each other up and anything that both of them doesn't hear gets cancelled out or fucked, right? So you end up with a clearer sounding one that doesn't pick as much interference up, right? So in this one of them is north and clockwise. In this pickup, one of them's north and clockwise as well. So if you take the north and clockwise out of this one and the south and anti-clockwise out of this one, they're hum cancelling. So so you want to do that, right? So if you're doing like, you want a dual coil split, but the better sounding position for the bridge pickup is this one. If you're listening to, I've got a switch called a coil choice switch, which I've invented, which makes you choose. You can either choose this pickup or this pickup. So when you're only listening to that pickup, you can choose which coil. This one's just slightly too trebly. This one sounds better, right? In the neck position, it's the opposite. This one sounds better. So if you want this coil and this coil, but they're both the positive magnet and the clockwise wind, they're not going to be hum cancelling. So what you do is you would make it onto this one. So that you're now in hum cancelling mode when you get 2 of them on. But if you flip that round upside down, it means you can get the better position for the neck pickup, which is closest to the neck, and the better position for the bridge pickup, which is closest to this. See, whenever I start talking about this, it gets so much more complicated than it actually is. Yeah. Oh. So not too curious. I don't get the whole miking an amp when you're just playing at home. Just for mixing it up, it makes it louder and it's more separation between it. I just wanted to keep it simple. So I mean, I do an awful lot of videos, and it's like I don't have any sort of scripts. I'm doing them on my own. I'm making it up. It's much easier for me to have a setup that basically, I want to do a video, put the guitar on, make sure it's in tune, turn on the computer, hit record, and just do it. Is much easier than if you start trying to read stuff off a script and editing it together and mixing the sound and all that. I mean, it's laziness. If I'd been doing it for a year now, I'd be able to do it like that, but it's just like, it's laziness. Hey, 71 bass. It's like, Scott, I think Mr. White might take that. A lightly used tarp. See, I think what you want to do is wait a couple of weeks, Scott, until that tarp's heavily used. Mr. White Snake will be right into it. That's part of the fun, isn't it? My J Turser SG copy with Humming P90 and solid telly and thinline telly does about everything I need. I don't know. It's a bit. It's in your head, though, a lot of it. I mean, Epiphone 90 up at 300, 350. I think that's, to be honest, that's how much they're costing you. Yeah, but I think you'll find it, see, from the era that those Nighthawks came out, which is my era, when I started playing the guitar, which is like mid-90s, 95, 96, 97, that sort of thing. If you're looking at a Les Paul, which costs the same as it, the Les Pauls are 500 quid, 600 quid. So, I mean, there is that. Hey, Ian. You're late and I'm already drunk. Didn't pick up the guitar. Editing tax. Oh dear. A snakeskin tarp. I don't know. I don't know. That's gonna be that much fun. I need a shove to buy the Wilkinson Pickups SG Vintage Copy 2005 model. Cost and space is the cons. Yeah. I mean, I take it you've got a wall hanging system. You need that if you're going to have stupid amounts of guitars. You need to have a wall hanging system so you can at least enjoy looking at them when you're not playing them. Yeah. The vintage SGs are really good. Even the ones pre-Wilkinson. Yeah, I mean, I think the way I look at it, like the guitar itself, it's not expensive to buy Wilkinson pickup tuners. What, 15 quid? You can buy Warman or Wilkinson pickups. You know, again, 15, 20 quid each, I suppose. 50 quid for upgrading all the bits. But it's what you can't do is if you buy one that's a Harley Benton that's got the Wilkinson stuff on it, what you really want is another neck and another body that's been put together by someone who knows what they're doing, not Alan. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like funny. Or you buy a second-hand Harley Benton because you always see Harley Bentons up here. Harley Bentons up here. Oh, I just saw someone selling an 8-string guitar for 70 quid. 2 months old, fantastic guitar, 70 quid, and you're like, it's not fantastic. If it was fantastic, you wouldn't be selling it. And you paid 150 for it and you're selling it for 70. That means it's shite. Sorry. Wilkinson pickups are excellent. Yeah, you can sadly sober. Well, you don't have to be sad and sober. You can be happy sober. It's fine. Why does my Concord shock you when you lay your arms across the strings? Really? Your amp's fucked. If you're getting electric shocks off a guitar, your amp's knackered. There's something. It's like I've said this before. It's like, see, the reason I don't like working in cars or amplifiers, you can die. So if I did the brakes in my car, right, and made a mess of it, I'm driving along the motorway 70 mile an hour, something happens, the brakes don't work, I crash and die. If I'm using an amplifier, I've wired up something wrong, I turn it on, I get killed. On a guitar, you can, no matter how you wire it, you can't damage anything. So it either doesn't make a noise or it buzzes badly or it works. And if you've got it plugged into an amp that's safe, you can lick any component of the guitar when it's plugged in, it doesn't matter. But if you're getting shocks off it, there's something wrong with your amp. Because in theory, in your amp, there are high voltages in there, so something might have fallen off and be touching your amp. So there's nothing in your guitar that's giving you electric shocks. It might sound like you're getting electric, it might go bzz, right? That's not you getting an electric shock. But if you're getting an actual electric shock off it, sort your amp out. It's your amp. And I don't know how to do that. I'm scared of amps because it's got a voltage that can actually kill you. Whereas there's nothing. I mean, there are voltages in a guitar, but it's like, nothing. Millivolts, thousandths of a volt. It's nothing you could actually feel, even if it was touching your left bollock. You wouldn't feel it. You know what I mean? I would worry about that. That's not your guitar's problem. That's your amp. Get it sorted. Don't trust my man cave's old hold a guitar, but I'd like to have 3 stereo separate systems in some of my guitars in here. So why would you have 3 stereo separate systems? Well, fair enough, unless you're trying to run a 5.1. You can't actually see it there, but I've actually got bits of CLS bolted along the wall to hold the guitars up. They're not just screwed in with Hercules stands. It's like, so I'm basically uniform load distribution. I've got a joist or a bit of CLS bolted across there many times so that all the guitars are all pulling evenly on it. It's not like you're not pulling on one screw. Yeah, just do it that way. It'll be fine. Mr. White, no, the guitar, it doesn't matter if the guitar's grounded, Mr. White Snake. You shouldn't be getting shocked even if it's not grounded. It's the amp. There's something not right with your amp if you're getting shocks. Is the thing. Yeah, 71. Yeah, basically, it's grounding issue at the amp, not the guitar. There's nothing you can do with a guitar. Doesn't matter how you wire it, you're not getting electric shocks off this guitar plugged into that amp because that amp is fine. I could do anything with this guitar, aside from actually putting another power, like a mains plug into it. There's nothing, you know, it's like, I'm not getting any shocks off that. So anything I do in here, there's nothing, something not right. Wilkinson has Chinese, Korean, and Japanese stuff. I bought 3 Chinese-made versions of Rico and Ceramic for Tellies and P-Base for P-Base copy. Yes, there are different levels of Wilkinson. It's the same with Grover tuners. See, when you buy like I keep bitching on Epiphones, but you know, if you buy an Epiphone that's got Grover tuners on it, oh, it's got Grovers on it, and you go, oh, well, that's a really good buy because a set of Grovers is £60 to buy. They're not the same Grovers. They look the same. Give it that, but I've got real Grovers in a couple of guitars, and they're nothing like the Epiphone ones. So that there must be different Grovers as well. There must be Grovers that cost a tenner and Grovers that cost 60 quid. And they look the same. They're using the same mold, but different types of metal and all that crap. I did my own brakes once. Well, at least you're still here to talk about it, Mr. Wright. The app should put voltage down to earth. Yeah, so you might get a slight correction of it. I used to have a problem with in my last, if you go back to my very early videos when I was in my mum and dad's house, it was I used to occasionally get electric shocks, or not. Electric shock sounds bad, like a slight tingle when I had a mic plugged in and I was playing the guitar. But that's the problem. What I actually found out when I moved out was because I sorted the electrics. It was actually in backwards. The ring circuit in my room was coming from a different place, and it was wired backwards. So that was why, because I had 2 different things, it was a different thing that was coming into the mic and coming into the guitar. You wouldn't get a shock off either one, but one of them was backwards to the other one, so there was a difference between the 2. So you would be singing away, and you would get your lips would be pure, you know, putting a 9-volt battery in your tongue, that kind of thing. Terrifying. But that was why. It should be fine. T-Gun Music Channel, lol. No, that's my pal. That's the guy who gives me all the really, really expensive guitars. I've actually got a couple through next door. I've got a Carina SG and what's the other one? It's an American Telly that I've got to fix up. Yeah. They lick my batteries. I kind of like batteries. Ian, I was looking for Tanglewood PRS type with end whistle pickups. Anything to look out for? I don't know. Tanglewood are normally all right. End whistle pickups stuff are good. I don't know. It's why are you buying I mean, no. My problem with PRS is not a functionality. It's not a build quality thing. It's just I don't like the look of them. So that's just it. You know, it's like, so I mean, I've never played a PRS or a PRS copy that I've liked because I don't like the look of them. Simple as that. I mean, I am shallow. I think we all are. If you don't admit that you're shallow, then that's it. You know, if you like the look of something, you're more likely to like it. I mean, I've obviously liked the look of something and played it, not liked it, and the other way around. I've really not really fancied that, but then played it and going, "Oh, this is really great." That's possible. It's never happened with a PRS, though. I've never played a PRS that I thought was really good. Ali Benton, there was a YouTube guy from Cork and Ireland that was contacted and told to stop saying how bad their guitars were in his videos. Oh, I've obviously not done enough. I must not be popular enough for that. But that's the thing. It's like I'm not affiliated. I don't know. It's one of those things. It's like the politician thing. It's like, could you ever do that? I would never vote for that. But what if someone gave you £1 million in a brown envelope, put in your back pocket? Would you do that? And it's like, well, £1 million. Maybe. I think he's actually I was a circuit breaker, but I mean, yeah, it's like that's no. I'm not talking about getting a proper massive shock. Obviously, you're not talking about getting a massive shock when you put your hands on the strings. Put my hands across the strings, and I get like a pure lethal shock where you can feel your heart going through. No, you're obviously talking about a slight tingling. You know. Yeah, if a China made guitar were paid Gibson money, would they have made a better or not the best guitars? Of course they would. Yes. No, yes. I would give it that. The reason China or any of these companies have a bad rep is because if you go to America and say how cheaply, if you build the cheapest possible playing guitar you can possibly make, as cheap as you can possibly do it, but it still does sort of work, it's not going to be, it's going to be $100 to make it. A crap guitar, but it's still a sort of guitar, whereas China can do it for $3. Do you know what I mean? It's like it comes in that way. Yeah, it's totally it. The reason Chinese guitars aren't good is because somebody's asked the factory to make a guitar for £3, $6. You know what I mean? If you're buying a guitar in the shop for $100, it's coming out of that factory for $6. That's where you come in where they've tried to save a penny on the pickups. So you get pickups that are all right. They're not brilliant, but they're all right. They work. They cost $1. Oh, can you do it for 60 cents? And it's like, well, we can make ones that look like pickups, but we're using substandard stuff and they won't actually work. That's fine. So that's how you get these things. I always get a shock off my guitars. I realise how shit I am after 40 years. Yes, I get that. But it's like, there's also an element of buying guitars that are shite so that you feel better yourself. But I'm still slightly scared of this thing because Paul Gilbert would be able to play everything he can play on this guitar, and I can't do any of that stuff. So me, it was always like, I'd be much more impressive by someone who was all right playing a cheapy Squire than someone who's playing a £5,000 custom shop Fender that sounds the same. I'm much more impressed with the guy playing the Squire. So there's an element of that, and even something like the Shockenberg, which I know cost me £12. Um, so I'm all over that. I am better than that guitar, so I can really push myself and try and squeeze something out of what is just two joists left over from a job I was working on and bits of a neck I found in a bin. That, whereas this has got fucking £300 worth of DiMarzios in it. I can play that better because I can play to the more potential of what that guitar's. I can maybe do 80% of what that guitar's capable of. I can do that because it's not that good. Well, that my attitude has made me play it better. I can play that better than I can play this, and this should play 10 times better. Kind of bizarre. Kill the Guitars to 70s. Aye, that was a part of Do America where you're not having an earth thing on it. Our plugs have 3 prongs on them: live, neutral, and earth. It's like, not saying Britain's pure amazing or anything like that, but like basically, yeah, totally having an earth on your socket. That's a good thing. You want that. You don't want 2 prongs. No. give us an earth as well. Because the earth will always be the quickest way of getting back to earth if something goes wrong with one of the other 2 wires. Whereas if something goes wrong with the other 2 wires and you don't have an earth, the quickest way to get to earth might be through you. Kill the Guitars to 70. Yeah, it's happening. Drinking a fine Italian beer this evening. Well, more than one. Tastes great in this heat. Wow. It's labor rates Chinese work for 1 day of a month. Americans are not going to do that. Yeah, totally. No, as I mean, it's disgusting. 16-hour days and all that. No, obviously you've got manipulating the workforce. Totally. 100 degrees. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't even. The temperature. I mean, honestly, I live in Scotland, right? And see if it's above 20, everyone's in a bad mood and struggling. 20 degrees, we use centigrade because Fahrenheit's a stupid measure. It's like 0 in centigrade. 0 is where water freezes. 100 is where water boils. That's a really good system. So you know where you are. Fahrenheit, all right. What does it freeze at? -32. Right? What does it boil at? I don't even know. Plus 160. Well, why is it not just 0? Fucking just, it doesn't matter about traditions. Just fuck them and just go for the easy option where it makes sense. At sea level as well. At sea level, water freezes at 0, boils at 100. That's a nice scale, and then divide it in whatever those two temperatures are, divide it by 100. That just makes sense to me. But we've got a different thing where, not so much now, but when I was young, it was always, if it got below 0 degrees centigrade, we said, oh, it's -2. But when it was really hot, it's in the 90s, because that sounds more. I don't understand Fahrenheit. So you like less headroom in your guitars? I don't know. Round down here. Sorry, people are talking. If whatever it was, the first thing that you're responding to, if someone could repeat that, it'd be great. I'm a straight singer beer tonight. Hard to get a 5% beer these days. Nazo Azul, Mr. White. That's why I don't have the AZ. Anyone get a guitar they wish they never sold for whatever reason? We send Rick 480 and a Yamaha SG 200, the thin guitar like a Gibson SG. Yes, I know the SG 200. They're very good. The one that I totally regret selling was my Aria ZZB bass, which I wish I'd never sold. And 19 years later, I got it back. The same one. There's videos of that. ZZB. It's like an Explorer shaped bass. I got it back. The same one. Still the same dents in it. Exactly the same one. I was literally in tears when I bought it. And the guy was like, Pierre, right? You all right? I was like, Pierre, that's my one. I could never find another one that had a maple neck. I hunted and tried to find one, but the old rosewood, mine had a maple neck. I got the one back. The one I regretted selling. The one where you're in a band playing Stones and Beatles songs. You can't be playing an 80s turquoise Explorer. What you want's one of the new Epiphone EBOs. And it's like, the Aria's worth 50 Epiphone EBOs because Epiphone EBOs are shite. Usually in the high 40s. Really? That's shocking, Stratocaster. Yeah, I can't handle that. Hence, we had it with a million Jim Deacons and Scottish music shops made poor profit. I'm metrical, though. As a youth, I was an apprentice diesel fitter on buses, and England had Whitworth and all sorts before the 70s. I want a ZZB. They're amazing. I had a Dynasty as well, sold to Scott. It wasn't a bass, though. The ZZBs are fucking amazing. Well, they play and sound amazing if you're standing up. Practicality wise, you can't get a gig bag that fits them. They don't fit in a gig bag. And when you're in the studio and you want to go to the toilet, you're like that with it, and it's like I'll just lay it on the floor. It's like, because that's all you can do with it. You can't, it's like that's one of the things I really don't like about this guitar. See this input jack, I can't sit this against the amp because the input jack hits off the. I'm not blaming it about hitting the light fitting. Any guitar would hit the light fitting if you did that, but that's a shit thing. Obviously, I've got you can get a right angle jack on it, but that's bad. I like the input jack on the front. I want my Pearloid White Yamaha SG. It was brilliant for classic rock and rolls. That's the one Scott's got, the Pearloid White one. If I got one in a trade, and the guy had stripped it down to wood and changed all the hardware to chrome, and it kind of looked like a Warwick bass or something, and it was gone. But Scott's the Pearloid White thing, the Japanese Pearl White is just something else. I don't actually have a Japanese Pearl White, but Japanese Pearl White's fucking stunning. Western Dynasty was a bit bland. Really? Sound-wise, you mean? It's shaped like a fucking bike spanner. It's like it's the most angular thing I've ever seen. Amazing. Being a Sparky now, and then you come across borrowed neutrals, where another circuit has mixed its neutrals with the circuit you're working on, even though it's switched off, neutrals become live. That sounds terrifying. Space Monkey, yeah, not in a guitar. I sold a Yamaha Studio Lord. Yeah, I mean, I've never even played a Yamaha Studio Lord, but I would put that up against pretty much any Gibson Les Paul, and I bet you it's better. Give me a Yamaha Student Lord with a bolt-on neck, the cheap one, and then buy me a $2,500 modern Gibson. I bet you the Yamaha's a better guitar. Just talking about how you like guitars you use to their full potential, hence less headroom. What's pedal show? Sorry. Okay, I know what you mean. Okay, right. You're not talking about actual headroom in the sound. You're talking about headroom in the quality of the guitar you're playing. Yes. Well, I know that I don't like it. Do you know what I mean? But I mean, yes, you play it differently, and maybe it's because I made it. so I know everything about. I know that guitar intimately because I sawed it out and did everything to it. So it's like it's got a little thing. Just getting into the bourbon too. Yes, no, I'm drinking this. And anything that's said on here by the time you get to what time is it? That's after 10 o'clock. You can say whatever you want. As long as you don't demonetize me, that's fine. Yeah. I had Aria SB Blacks and I sold it, which I only got up in value. So I also had a Charvel Starbase, and the case was massive. Yes. Aye. No, that's the problem with these things. I mean, the thing is, I did eventually actually bought a case for my ZZB. And yeah, totally. It's like, like quite a snug fitting gig bag, not a case, because obviously a case would be square. So it would be this, but this to put it in sort of like a gig bag. But even then, it's still annoying. Yeah. Marco's Palmos. And I saw that. Yeah. I didn't watch it, but I saw it. So you can imagine it's up here. Yeah. It's up here. I really like the clean sound. So, but sometimes I use the rack pedal. Or maybe even the first pedal. Or maybe the heavy metal pedal. Because they all sound really different when you can't fucking play the guitar. Didn't watch it. Why we're saying is traded a West Tone Thunder for a. Oh my god, what have you done, Mr. White? Tell us. What did you trade it for? Oh dear, I don't know. No, leather didn't. His pickups weren't great. I can't really. I've never played a West Tone bass, to be honest. I don't know. It kind of depends what it is you're trying to do, though. It's like, there's different pickups for different things. I love probably. I'm just assuming that the pickups that were in the West Tone Dynasty were the DiMarzio, the Goto DiMarzio pickups, which are in fucking pretty much every bass I've got. I love them. That's exactly what I want. But I don't do popping and slapping. I like 70s sound. So I'd be like somewhere between the extremes of Paul McCartney to Geezer Butler, and that's kind of it. There's not really anything after that. Jelly's turning off. So it depends, but I mean, I totally get that. The active circuits. If you're doing, your Primus and all that, the basses I play don't really do that. But I don't do that. Not what I wanted to do. So yeah, I understand that. Need Yamaha electrics, guitar and amp. Yamaha are awful good. Yeah, totally. But why just stop at guitar and amp? If you're going for Yamaha, why don't you buy a Yamaha surround sound amplifier, a Yamaha lawnmower, a Yamaha boat engine, a Yamaha motorbike, a Yamaha piano, a Yamaha trumpet? Buy the whole lot. If someone said you can only buy things from one company, or you could have as many free things from one company as you want, and fucking choose Yamaha, you could get anything. I'm sure you can. Well, you can get. Obviously, you get a Yamaha T-shirt, but I'm sure you can get. You must be able to get Yamaha cookers and Yamaha cars, everything. You can get everything. A Yamaha YSG. I know them. They're kind of. Am I thinking of the MSG, or is that Mike? Yeah, it's a funny one. Is a Yamaha? Is a YSG not very much the Rev Star? Pretty much, but not 100%, but pretty much the Rev Star. I do like them. To be fair, I just like a P bass as well, but I like a P bass. It doesn't have to be P bass shaped necessarily as much, but yeah, the P bass pickups just what I want. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm saying that a West Tone Dynasty. There's an element of obviously it's huge, and it's like okay, it might only be that much long. It might only be 6 inches bigger than a P bass, but it feels fucking massive. I built a flying V bass using a full 24 fret 34-inch scale neck and a flying V body, and it's basically the size of a door, and it's like it's great, but I mean really it's this size, so it's like yeah. Vantage VS600 B bass, the DiMarzio copies are excellent. I think Pontiac they'll be the Gotor ones. They'll be the same ones that are in every bass I've got, pretty much. The Hondo, the Ibanez, the Washburns, the Grant, the Aria Pros. I'm pretty sure they've all got the same pickup in it. I really noticed it when my wee red bass, because I changed the pickups in this because my plan was that because I was playing it through that wee tiny amp that's sitting up there, the wee thing that fits in your pocket. You can get the pickups higher if you've got smooth covers to touch, so they don't hit off the pole pieces and make a noise. But these pickup, as soon as I put them in this, it suddenly sounded exactly the same as all the other basses I've got, because these are just the same pickups. Apparently, DiMarzio, there was a time when Gotoh had the DiMarzio contract for a couple of years. They actually made DiMarzio pickups because DiMarzio didn't make them in America for a couple of years, and then once they lost the contract, they kind of already had the recipe, so they just made them the same. Apart from they used metric pole pieces, is really the only way you can tell the difference between a real DiMarzio. I mean, my PB 1500 has the real DiMarzio in it, and it's got, like, if you're looking at your Allen keys, it's the Imperial ones that fit it because they're American. And then you compare the actual pickup. I think in every way you could possibly really compare it, apart from where it says USA and whether it's got metric or Imperial pole pieces, it's the same pickup. They just copied it. It's just a fucking magnet with a wire wrapped around it. So if you take the same type of magnet and you wrap the same type of wire around it the same amount of times, it's the same pickup. Like, it's just the same pickup. There might be other stuff, more modern stuff that's a bit different, but pretty much it. So my Yamaha Superflighter. As a Superflighter, it's kind of, again, it's like a slightly small-bodied Revstar. Yeah. An ugly looking. Yeah. Not a super pretty guitar, the Superflighter, but yeah, amazing. A Suzuki acoustic. Suzuki, Ian, one of my pals, Ronnie, is into Suzuki acoustic. There's two Suzukis. One of them is pure amazing, and one of them isn't. But they're just both called Suzuki, and I think they were even both run at the same time. So unless you know which one's which, but some Suzukis are apparently fucking amazing, and some of them are still pretty all right, but some of them are pure amazing. And it's like, it's the shape of the logo, and it's not the year. It's not, they didn't start off amazing and get shite, or start shite and get amazing. There's two different Suzukis that are both owned by the same company but came out at the same time, but made in different places. I had the Aria with the 2P pickups of Jazz. You had Ramalka, they're the Gotoh ones, aren't they? They will be, yes. The Rock device. Yes, I think so. Well, it's hard to tell with that particular bass because I was going to make it split, but it's like the pickups are an angle, and you get like the two ones here and then the two ones here. So sound-wise, you can't really tell because there's no way of listening to one set. You have to listen to all four of them. So you're trying to compare like a P bass pickup in a standard position, and then you've got the same pickup, but there's four of them technically, and they're angled, all wired in series. But I think they're the same. Yes, I think so. Suzuki's I've seen are really nice looking. I don't know. It depends, Pontiac. You're in America, so I don't know whether you might have found that only one of the Suzuki brands made it to America. You might find in Europe we got both of them. I don't know. I mean, we're kind of, acoustics are not in my league. I should probably get Ronnie on for an acoustic night talking about these things. He's got maybe about 20 acoustics, and they look fucking stunning. But I mean, they're all, a lot of them they're brown, aren't they? And they're acoustic shaped. Mine are all different colours and different shapes. Oh. I've had the DiMarzio and the Gotoh P-bass pickups. The Gotoh has a circuit board in the back, and the DiMarzio is glued in, I think, in a patent applied sticker. I'm not sure what difference the circuit. I've seen the circuit boards, but I'm not sure whether that's actually a different pickup or whether it's just the same pickup with a circuit board in the back. And the more expensive ones have like a brass plate, like a shielding plate behind them. But again, is the actual, well, obviously the pickup we're talking about, the bobbin, the magnet, and the wire wrapped around it, that might be the same. And even then, it's like, one pickup being the same as the other one. The ones I just showed you there in the wee bass there, they've got like an EMG type plastic cover on them. but the actual pickup inside it, I think, is the same. Whether it's got the hexagonal, the Allen key poles or not, that doesn't make it sound different. You can still the same. It's all to do with the magnet, the type of wire used, and how many times it's wrapped round. That's really all a pickup is. I mean, there's not. Oh, obviously, there's a lot of science in getting that right, but whatever it looks like doesn't really matter. It's still, you get a magnet with whatever power it is, and you wrap it round however many times. It's going to be the same pickup, whatever it looks like. Oh, the rock device, I like it as well. I need to change the strings. Now, see, I am 90% sure that the strings that are on my rock device, which is from 1987, are from 1987. It's disgusting, isn't it? I need to buy. Bass strings are so fucking expensive. I hate it. They're not that rusty. They're just so dead. Obviously, they're from 1987, these strings. So it's just pure. What, you want to go badoink? No, we can go. I need to change it. Yeah. I can't play bass for shite, but I have 2 bass guitars and a Canadian trainer amp. I was looking at the amp and I saw the tweeter defeat switch. What's the point of a tweeter? Higher pitch sounds. I think that's exactly what it is, yeah. I don't know, try it out. You'd be hard pressed to have both ceramic pickups. Yeah, that's it. I don't even know what a Suzuki GSF 600 Bandit, an old Yamaha X400R. It's great. The hum in my J Turser SG is really hot, wasn't? So with the old Aria Alpha pot, new pickup. Yeah, well, I don't know. It's like hot. It's like what's hot? And I found it. See, I love a Telecaster bridge pickup, right? And that gold guitar I was doing the other day, yesterday even, I'd wired it up funny. It was 20k. This special hand wound pickup. And to me, it didn't sound like a Telecaster pickup. It's like, see when you're playing this clean? Is it clean? That isn't clean. Okay. You've got that. This is what a powerful pickup sounds like. You want a powerful pickup, then you go a weak one in single coil. Yeah, that's like, if you're using tons and tons of gain, this will sound amazing. For me, it's pure. It's almost like it's connected to your skull. It's pure. There's not really any distortion. It's just pain. Whereas if you go into like a lower power pickup, suddenly it's got hundreds of harmonics and it's got like a really rounded, amazing sound. So I'm one for low powered pickups. But if you're playing Metallica or something heavier than that, when you run that through a Mesa Boogie and 4 distortion pedals, what I like, the sort of the ringy sound has no definition. It's just crap. Whereas this one has enough boost to it so that it can deal with the distortion and give you a good sound. Oh. Duck Dunn. I do like Duck Dunn. One of my favourite bass players is Jerry Sheff. I think Takahuru. All the Suzuki and Yamaha talk is confusing. We're talking about guitars or bikes. To be honest, Alex, I don't know either. It's like the whole idea, but it's like that's a joke in airplane, isn't it? We were talking about the XR 2100. Is that pure? No, there's nothing wrong with the XR 2100. That was a washing machine. It's the XR 2200. It was the Lunar Space Shuttle. There's your joke. I keep building bikes. I don't know. The doors. Jelly Chef. I actually saw when I saw I can't remember what they were called. Were they called the 21st Century doors? Manzarek, Krieger. I don't know who the drummer was, and Ian Astbury singing, playing Jim Morrison, and he was fucking amazing. And Jerry Sheff didn't play every song, but he came out and played the Ellie Woman ones, and it was fucking amazing. It was amazing. Ian Astbury as well, playing a gig in Glasgow. He had Jim Morrison's haircut, the leather trousers, everything. He just totally looked like Jim Morrison. And they kind of went, "Hey, Glasgow, Bucky for the Neds!" And we're all like, pure, what the fuck? And he's like, he's cool as fuck. I liked him, yeah. But the difference between Jerry Sheff playing the bass and whoever it was they had playing the bass for the other songs was just night and day. It was like, What bass? What bass? Oh my god, the bass! I mean, I don't know what I seem to remember a bit when I was in the band of Blind Doug, playing Ellie Woman and my Schecter bass, and it was just like pure, you're just playing. And it's like, see, once you get into that groove, you can just play that forever. It's been amazing. Even Kirk Hammett is using less powerful pickups today to get more dynamics. Well, there may be a bit more in that, but I mean, I'll be honest, I saw Metallica a couple of weeks ago at Downloads, and I'm not a huge Metallica fan. I do like some of their songs and stuff like that. I thought Hetfield was great. I didn't, obviously, I love Robert Trujillo. I can't say his name, but he's great. Lars didn't annoy me, but Kirk Hammett, I mean, I'm sorry, but he didn't play anything that I don't think I could play better. He really wasn't very good. It was very simple stuff, and you could really hear the mistakes what he was playing. Which I mean, I've never noticed that before. Listened to records or anything I've ever seen. Not that I'm a massive fan, but watching him live, Kirk Hammett is not a. Obviously, he's better than me. Obviously, but watching him, you're like, I don't think I could do that better. Was that feeling? I don't get that very often, ever watching bands, but really, not a big. He wasn't really good. Bucky for the Neds. Yeah, Neds is a non-educated delinquent, which basically street punks. I don't even know what you call them. Kids wear a beanie hat. Well, I don't know. I'm going back 20 years. Tracksuit. Hey, what are you looking at? Go for fighting and watch football. Those folk drink Bucky. Oh, bastards. That kind of thing. But I mean, that's what Asprey's. Behind hindsight, and Asprey is still a hell of a chanter. Amuses how he goes right into a Ouija accent whenever he plays Scotland. Yeah. No, that was what really blew my mind. It really was. Like, we're here seeing the Doors, and the thing was, I'd seen the 21st, whatever they were called, Riders. No, were they called Riders in the Storm? And I saw them at the Armadillo. But about 2 years previously, I'd seen them in the Hydro, and it was shit. I didn't enjoy the concert at all. It was pointless. And it was like, I don't know why we went to see them 2 or 3 years later, and it was so different. I think Ian Astbury gets sacked after that gig, because he was drunk, but it was like, he couldn't be more like Jim Morrison. Like, come on, Mr. Soundman, fuck's sake, you know what I mean? He's like, up here, we're going to do a song now, which we've never played before. I don't know. I've got the lyrics here. And he's like that. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? You've given me lyrics for this? Fuck's sake. Really? What the fuck do you think I am? People are strange. He's like, up here. Obviously, nobody needs the words for that. So I think he basically gets sacked after that, but they were fucking amazing. Oh, I love Metallica. I've been into them since I was at school at 50. I'm 51. I never hated Lars and Kirk, but I watched like Brian with a wah mind. I'm kind of lost. I don't know. Doubt it. They wanted to associate him with the whole goth thing. Kirk Hammett fan either. Just trying to review with pickups. I don't know. I mean, the guy seems lovely. It's just, I'm just talking purely about watching him live. I've been really impressed with the way Hetfield was holding it together, and Hammett was just, his guitar sound wasn't great. It basically just sounds like me. Whereas I'm going to do bigger than that. Oh. Southern Death Cult. That what Ned really stands for? First edit when I was watching Still Game. Yeah, well, I don't know if I just do the Neds, just kids wearing ski jackets in summer and shouting at people. Yeah. Believe he did live in Glasgow for a while when he was younger. Family moved about a bit. No, was Scottish. It's possible, yeah. I don't know, but I mean, yeah, he was awful funny. He was really funny, and it was quite funny going when he saw when Ray Manzarek was talking. He's like, up here, yes, hello, Scotland. It's like, today I was drinking some whiskey, a Scotch drink, and then I was playing some golf, a Scottish game. And you're like that, and then you can see Ian Astbury going like up here. Oh, Bucky, Buckfast. You know what I mean? Yeah. After seeing Roger Waters checking out the guitar player Dave Kilminster was all over the 2 guitar magazines I've bought in my life. And then I saw him in the Barras playing with Paul Rodgers. And I was like, that's that guy who does the guitar thing in the 2 guitar magazines I've bought in my life. I don't know that much about him. But I mean, yes, I mean, obviously Session Man Supreme. Like Angus Young, they played different versions of the same guitar solo for years. I don't know. I've never heard of Southern Death Cult. Sounds dodgy, but I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean it is. It was the Southern Death Cult became the cult. I don't know. See, I don't really remember. You've got to be there of a time. I do remember playing. Did I smoke that one? I did. I have to roll another one. Right. I've done. I've sellotaped the microphone to the mic stand, right? So when I move this back, you shouldn't lose all the sound because it won't pull it out the back. I hope. I'm gonna roll it back. No, the Cult was one of those ones. I know she sells Sanctuary, but I remember seeing a band. Actually, it was a Doors tribute band I saw in Bar Bliss down in Kirky, which is about a mile away from here. And the support band were just like, I think we're local lads. Were playing away, and they were like, "That's another Cult song, another Cult song." I never heard any of them. I didn't really think they were that good. I wasn't there. We did play a Cult song in Cranking House, but I found it very difficult to play. It was all right, but I mean, they've never really had a song that's jumped out and made me go, "Oh, that's pure amazing." I know I probably should like them, but sometimes things just don't really take your interest. I didn't hate them. I didn't think they were shit. I just immediately don't remember what any of their songs sounds like, apart from the da na 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 na. That's all I know about the Cult. And I've heard whole albums probably, and I've heard a band play them in Kirky when they were playing, like, I don't know, they played about 10 Cult songs. They just, I don't remember them. So I'm afraid if I don't remember it, they can't be good. I don't know. Not to my taste. Death Cult on YouTube. I think it was a Southern Death that wore makeup, but like Killing Joke. I don't know. I think it's a lovely situation when you feel too young for something. I just wasn't there. Not one of the few rock bands. The problem was, by the time it got to, the 80s and the 90s, I was only just starting to listen to music. So my view was very much, rather than listening to indie, how can you people why are you listening to U2 and later on the Stone Roses and Guns N' Roses? Have you not heard Black Sabbath and the Stones and the Beatles and Rainbow and all the bands from the 70s, which understand that if you were, instead of being 15, you were 25, you've heard all that other stuff. You've got 10 years under your belt. This is a new thing. Maybe you're into it. But I didn't understand how people could, you're listening, the number of times I heard fucking Radiohead and not Iron Maiden, obviously. How did they get Iron Maiden mixed up with REM? But I just couldn't understand how people would really like the new REM album. It's like the Monster one. What's the frequency, Kenneth, and all that. When these people, but the thing is, it's like, okay, I understand you like that, but listen to this, and it's like the Rolling Stones Paint It Black. Oh, I don't like that. I've not heard that before. What? What? You think this is as good as Paint It Black? What? Always been too passionate. It's my problem. Marco, you still have the carton up? Thought you sold it. I haven't sold it. No, I tried to fix it. The master volume and the clean volume, the two most important knobs, were really, really, really crackly. And you're still plugged in. And so I totally, what I was going to do was I was going to just basically buy new pots to replace it. But instead, I took it to bits and I completely filled them with switch cleaner, and it worked amazing for 2 days. And now they don't work at all. So I just need to fix it. Basically, that amp's there. It does its job. It's there to look cool, because it does look cool. Little Devil's a great tune of the Cult. That might be the one that we used to play. I can't remember. The thing is that I found it. I quite like the song we used to play in Kraken House, but I found it very difficult to remember what it went like. Do you know what I mean? I could remember the chords because you can remember chords, but I couldn't remember the tune. It wasn't catchy to me. Understand that to other people it might have been catchy. I listened to it lots of times. I played it about 10 times, but I couldn't remember what it went like. It didn't connect with me. Therefore, I struggled with it. It's really annoying. That's at the opposite of Black Sabbath. When I started playing the guitar with Black Sabbath, once I'd been playing for 20 minutes and I could play Paranoid, suddenly I could play within a recognizable version of the riff of every Black Sabbath song I knew, because it was like pure da 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 da. It's like pure da 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 da. Pure stuck in my head. I could remember. I can't remember the riffs from the cult, even though I tried. I have to say the Southern Death Cult video on YouTube has played an old Jap aria on top of the range with the sunken controls. One of the reasons I remember it. Well, yeah, they were right into that at the time. Husker Du. I remember playing a gig in Edinburgh, and this guy would I have not seen one of these haircuts at all. What do you call it? Is it a mullet? It's not as much, but it's like, it's basically like a crew cut on the top, but at the back it's pure long. And a guy came up to go like that, you play some Husker Du. We're like that. The fuck is Husker Du? Never heard Husker Du, but I remember him saying that. We're like, I don't know. Just like that Robert Smith of The Cure was in Susie and the Banshees. I don't think that's how you spell Susie, but I didn't know that either. Well, when we lived in Glasgow, my brother was some kind of goth punk with me. He could make up crazy. I was 12 and rough, mum just could BMX. Well, fair enough. I remember when I was a kid going up to mum and dad used to have a caravan in Loch Lomond, and we were in Lindsay down there. But to get to Loch Lomond, you would drive past here, and just on the corner at Melton Campsie, like about 300 yards away from here, there was a wee sort of walled garden thing. There's now just a bench in the wall, isn't there anymore? But every time we would go up on a Friday night, 6, 7 o'clock, and all the kids would be there. It used to be an event going up. Well, look at the punks, and they would all of you'd see the spiky blue Mohicans and stuff like that. But I don't know. That would have been, I would have been what, 10, 1988, something like that, or I don't know what kind of music that was sort to do with. Switch cleaner knacks newer pots as some of the internals of newer pots are glued together rather than soldered. The contact cleaner acts as a solvent. Some pots are killed the Marshall MG, right? Well, that's not particular. Well, I don't know. It depends what you mean by newer. A Marshall MG is probably 20 years old. I think that's early 90s, so maybe that's what happened. Possibly. No Nirvana, but it Husker Du. There you go. See, for as far as I'm concerned, Nirvana was the sort of first current band that I ever liked at all. I never liked anything. It wasn't fucking, when was that? I don't know, 1990 or 1991 or something like that. So I was like 13. It's like the first band that I ever heard current music that I like. Because I mean, obviously I remember Top of the Pops and stuff like that. I still came Michael Jackson and all that. But I mean, these things were like, and Kylie Minogue into music. But the first band that actually really connected with me was Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. I thought, oh my God, that's kind of like as good as T-Rex or something. 6 months later, it was like, no, T-Rex is the different league from Nirvana. I mean, it kind of comes in funny. Oh. The bass parts of the Cult after the Sonic Tempo record were a bit less interesting. Original Jamie Stewart left and they just got different folk in for each subsequent release. I don't know. It's built like the Suicide Engine. There you go. I didn't know that. I think my favourite record shop where I bought 1,000 records from, Record Fair, I think has is the album cover a guy standing with his legs dead far apart like that, holding a Les Paul. There's a Cult thing like that, and that's what's on the bag that the Record Fair used to have. It was a guy standing, he might even be standing like that, but he's got like a Les Paul around, slung low, and he's standing with his legs dead far apart. I think that's a Cult record. I remember seeing that. Rookie guys, you got to BMX. You sing Husker Do, Husker Do business in the front, party in the back. That's yes, but that time Mullet makes a comeback, and I'm the man to do it. Do it, Mr. White. I didn't even know what a mullet was until Tea in the Park in 1990. Radiohead and The Prodigy played, and one of my pals, a girl, had her boyfriend, her new boyfriend, who didn't know someone else was like up here. Oh, the mullet, you're not being mullet spotting. I was like, what the fuck's a mullet? So, oh, it's a pure mad haircut. There's like business at the front, party at the back, and there were still mullets kicking about then. And that's when I found out what a mullet was. Never heard the term before. Duffy with the black list. That's it. Yeah. Used to go to the record shop in Shawlands. Is that the Record Exchange? There used to be two. That was the first record shop I used to go to. There was one on Jamaica Street, and there was always one in Shawlands as well. I remember actually the first time I ever went there, because I'd always heard about it. There was two record exchanges, and I was like, we're going to the other one. And it was like, I went there, and there wasn't really any records, but I bought a couple of CDs, and they used to like have, the albums would be up here. It'd be like £1 off all ticket prices, like as a special offer. So we're sitting there, and I'd bought like, I don't know, like 2 or 3 CDs. One of them I seem to remember was No Doubt. And it was like maybe 3 CDs, and the guys at Up Here, I went up to the counter. It's Up Here, it's £1 off all the prices on the CDs, by the way. And I was like, Up Here, oh, excellent. I didn't even go back looking. I just bought 3 CDs for £2 each, and it was like pure. Oh, they're only £1 each. Great. There's £3 instead of £6. And that was the only time I ever went there. That's long gone. That shop. It was a crazy shop. The crew cut on top with long in the back is a Sharpie style. Sharpies were fans of AC/DC in the early 70s. There you go. What was a haircut called a rat tail as well? I remember seeing, when I was at primary school going to the swimming pool, I'd seen girls with obviously from somewhere else, not from Lindsay, who had like a crew cut, and it was just like that on the back. So it was like long hair, but only from there down. And it was like pure, very ugly haircut. The mullet sort of migrated to the yuppie ponytail. Nirvana was weird to me. I was 22 thinking, why are they so famous? I don't know. It was a new thing. I mean, the thing that got me with Nirvana was more that I was into, I don't know, what did I listen to at that time? I did have a Rainbow Greatest Hits, which was my favourite. I thought it was Iron Maiden, and I remember actually, because it was a copied tape. So I didn't know what it was called. I didn't have anything written on it. I just used to listen to it. It was Long Live Rock and Roll, Gates of Babylon. You know what I mean? Like pure. It wasn't until many years later I bought a Rainbow Greatest Hits. I went, fucking this! No way along. That's what this was. And for some reason, I always thought the singer was Stevie Wonder. Like, picture-wise, I just thought that was him, because that's what he sounded like. And it was Dio. Kind of bizarre. Or actually told Graham Bonnet that's how drunk I was. I told him I used to have a tape when I was a kid. I didn't know what it was. I was pure love it. Since you've been gone and Lost in Hollywood, I was up here, and I always thought you were black. And you could see him just going, Jesus, yeah. I've been doing this for 30 years, and I've met hundreds of drunk people after gigs. No one's ever said they thought I was black. Because I genuinely thought that was him. I also thought in the Beach Boys, I always thought that Jonathan Ross, I always thought he was the singer in the Beach Boys. I don't know fucking why. Didn't make any sense. I had a flat top after seeing Top Gun. I never understood Top Gun. I remember everyone pure loving it. I remember watching it and being like, what is that? Just a Robocop? It was like, oh, fucking Flash Gordon. I mean, Top Gun, I never really got it. Catch you later, Ryan. Cheers. I'm not going to be up much longer anyway. That's nearly midnight. I've nearly finished my bucky. I'm not going to be sick. I was sick last week afterwards. Obviously, one of the first things I do as soon as I hit end stream is I go for a piss, because I've not been for a piss all night. And then last week, I actually just went through there and puked up half a bottle of bucky. Yeah. But I've not seen Weird Al doing Nirvana, but I have seen his version of the one he does with Huey Lewis is fucking great. Where Huey Lewis is actually in it. Brilliant. Stargazer, loved that. My brother painted the cover on the guitar headstock coming out the castle. Fantastic. Kill the King. Yeah, did elaborate. Yeah, perfect. Thought they all could be California girls. Yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers. That guitar sound or something. I remember I bought Blood Sugar Sex Magic and didn't like it at all when it was maybe not current, but it might not have been the most. It was a big hit. You always see it everywhere. And it was like, oh, was like that, and I didn't understand it. And even give it away, give it away, give it away now, which later on I appreciate is fucking great. I don't like this at all. There's that whole thing when you're 12 or something like that. It's like you try and listen to what everyone else thinks is cool. I don't understand. The same with Guns N' Roses and Appetite for Destruction was a big hit. And at this time, this is when I had my rainbow tape, and it was like, oh, pure amazing guitar solo. And you're like, at the time, I was like, I don't really like it. At the time, I didn't realize you're sitting there trying to compare Slash to Richie Blackmore, and it's like, that doesn't happen. It was always Under the Bridge, which I never really understood. I think Nevermind was a success because the production, the other records weren't as successful. I don't know, maybe the first record I had was Bleach. It was a tape. And I was 14. It was my first job during the summer holidays, working as a labourer on a building site. And my alarm clock was one of those, the old thing that was like a plug with a clicky timer on it. And I had like a ghetto blaster with Nirvana Bleach on it. And it was obviously a really bad copy. I still dig that a bit. But I was like that, but that I liked that. And it wasn't until later on I realised that it was a sort of pop version of really good music. This is way before Black Sabbath and stuff as well. Never really liked that. How can you not like Flea? The one thing that disappointed me with Chili Peppers, I really like Californication, but it was too long. And then the second album, actually, I bought the single the day I graduated from university. I bought the single on red vinyl for bam bam diddle ding 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 bam bam diddle ding ding diddle. By the way, it's called bam bam diddle ding, and we played that 2 days later in Bar Bliss and Kirky before the album came out, and everyone was like pure. Everyone come up and asked me what kind of bass is that you're playing, because I was able to do the bum bum diddle ding 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 soft tech diddle ding 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 car shark diddle ding 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 standing in line that song. I like that. Oh. It's only 10:40. It is. I'm just drunk. Alex, that's the thing. Are you in Forfar? I didn't realise you were as far away as that. I'm sorry I wasn't awake for you when you came round the other day. I assumed you were closer than that. No, it is. I was actually wondering why I was feeling pretty drunk and not that tired when I've only drank that much Bucky. I've still got half an hour to go. Jesus. Hard work, this. Forfar is another time zone. Yes. Remember the Chili Peppers from 1984? They were a novelty joke band. I was one of those bands that, when people tell you a band's cool, same with you too. I was told they were cool when I was at school, and it was like, I don't know. I never heard a song I liked. But I mean, that's just, what is it? And one of the first things I had after when I was a kid, when it was that Rainbow Greatest Hits, it was T-Rex. One of my pals did a T-Rex thing, Children of the Revolution. Dun, 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 dun. All that, whatever that, it was. I'm sure the Greatest Hits tape was called something like Teenage Dream, which was just a strange compilation, but I really got into that, really liked it. 10 part. By the way, was the song. Yeah, by the way, was the, so the album hadn't come out, but the single had. It's on red vinyl. Still got it. Hey, Neon, I saw your Faith guitar, which I've completely forgotten about, and I'll get round to. I was going to mention you earlier on, but I can't remember what it was I was going to say. I'm sure it was nice. Can't remember. I worked at the bomb shop for a while. Great British Nuclear Bomb. Wow. Oh, dear. Aye. I don't know. I was struggling a lot, but I was over in Rue the other day, and it was like doing a video. Well, I take that GoPro and just talk to it when I'm in the car because of my mental. I was working in a contract worker in a cocktail bar. Yeah. I don't know. I was like, so how many rhymes for tarp have you come up with, Mr. White? So you get carp, obviously a type of fish, and I suppose if you're playing a trumpet, you can parp, can you? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, man. I can't believe I've still got an hour to go. I was pretty ready to go to bed already. Rocket. right, B. All along the watchtower, Archie's kept the view, and then they're working. Man, I'm so drunk. Yeah. Only visiting Forfar, right? Wouldn't live here. I wouldn't mind living in Forfar. I quite like the place. It was a nice wee village. We were over there on a Sunday when the place was pure empty. And it's like one of those places you never really think about. Just in the middle of nowhere. Harp and sharp and tarp. A sharp tarp. I don't know. How do you rhyme with bukkake though? Not really one that comes in. Yeah. Sorry everyone. How did that? Man, imagine. I don't know. It just goes to show how effective Buckfast is. Yeah, so I suppose. Hey Bjorn, how's ABBA doing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guitarist and that's called Bjorn. Oh, I suppose if you're going to have a combination of two folk, Bjorn from ABBA and Biff from Back to the Future, is a nice combination. Two cool folk that everyone knows. That's awesome. Oh. Love how that guitar screams. Does it? I don't know. I mean, I'm fucking drunk. But I mean, maybe because I'm playing in B. But I'm saying that this is not a guitar I've played very much. So all my other guitars will be worn out the 12th. But if above the 12th, I do like the way a well set up Floyd Rose does that. I looked for a bottle of Buckfast to try my local liquor shop. Found out they don't sell it in this country. What country is it, Wendy? I found. Is anyone from Ireland? We get any Irelands there? Because I found out something I did not know just the other day. You get Bucky in Ireland. I always knew that it's got an extra label here. Right? What's that up here? Okay, it's Irish Bucky's getting it. But Irish Bucky, instead of being what's this, 15%, it's 14.8%. But it's got twice the caffeine. So this has already got 30 milligrams. This gets 60. So this is slightly more than Red Bull caffeine content. The Irish Bucky has twice Red Bull can. So basically, drinking a bottle of Bucky in Ireland is the same as drinking 6 cans of Red Bull. So I need to get some of that. I need to try that to see what it's like. America, no, you'd have to import it. It's made in Devon. Yeah. Hey, Redbirds. Laura, all the way from New Zealand. Oh, how's it going? Somebody I know. Yeah, I just get drunk and talk shite on the internet. Is my guitar still surviving? The Tiger one? It screams a good bit. No, yeah, totally. I know what you mean. It's like, but that's the neck pickup thing. Also, see these pickups. These are when I bought this, the guy I did a deal with it. I was haggling with the guy, and he hit me with it had DiMarzio pickups were available as an extra option sort of thing, and it was like he basically said, "No, I can't do it for that. I can do it for the price you've offered, but not with the DiMarzio pickups. I need an extra 50 quid for them, so I paid 50 quid for these. These are DiMarzio Evo Steve Vai pickups, and if you look them up on eBay, they're £120 each. and this one's 80 for the middle one. So that they basically, these pickups alone new cost more than every guitar I've ever bought. I've yet to decide whether I like them. I had to put them in. I didn't. I had to clean the rest of the guitar. I had to polish it up and all that. I mean, I can't believe I sat with it so long. See the difference? If you strip a guitar down and actually clean it, it just looks so much and feels so much better just being just clean. Okay, I did the frets, I did other stuff, but see, just cleaning it. If you're not playing a clean guitar, clean it. Yeah, New Zealand is a new one, Pontiac. I know Laura from Newcastle. It's like, see, if I've talked to someone from Newcastle within the last couple of days, I can sort. Well, I'm sure Laura would disagree, but we could do I can do a really bad Newcastle accent. But if I've not talked to anyone from there, which I haven't for ages, I can't do it. Same with if I've talked to someone from Fife or Dundee or anything like that. After half an hour, I admittedly start thinking that I can do a passable, probably really offensive to the people from this place accent, but I can't. Just get used to it. Kia ora. I'm from Galway, Ireland, originally. Well, there you go, Space Jam knew from where they make Bucky, no one sells it. No, Bucky's a Scottish thing. Well, it was made in Devon. Is it you that said has to drive past Buckfast Abbey every day and didn't realise they made wine? It's like, how that works, I don't know. I don't know why. I mean, it's amazing, but and it's not like it's not been hammered into me. I just remember going camping when I was 15 or something like that, and it was like, we were drinking Mad Dog at the time, and I was like, "Here, get a bottle of Bucky." I was like, we're getting no way. And I was like, "Here, drinking it." It was pure horrible, and it was like, kind of tastes like Vimto was what I thought at the time, and now it's just my thing. Oh, that all gets sent to Scotland. High DIY Bucky by mixing the heaviest energy drink and heavy red wine. Doesn't taste. I've tried it. I'm at guitars and storage, but I'm coming to get it soon. Oh, you're cool. Ah. So is it winter in New Zealand just now then? Is that how it works? It's also 11 o'clock in the morning. It's midnight on a Sunday, and I'm pissed. 45 wine, yeah, totally. The Iron Curtain of Woke. Oh dear. I don't know. I'm trying not to get demonetized by talking about politics or anything like that. It'd be interesting to see. I've kind of technically not mentioned anything, which I think the B word is the one that really, I think, basically as soon as I mention it, start raving on about Jacob Rees-Mogg stuff. It's like that's when I have to say I do feel sorry for the people who have to manually check these things, because obviously if you ever watch my videos with the subtitles, it's insane what it actually thinks I say. So if they thinks I said, someone sent me a thing it was a couple of weeks ago. What was it I said? I was talking about the time. I was like, I was like, what time is it just now anyway? Is it like, is it 6? Like, oh, it's half 6. You know what I mean? Thinking is it 7 o'clock yet? No, it's only half 6. And basically what the subtitles was it was me going, and it just said, let's have sex. I've got that as a screenshot, and it's like, right, so I mean, I didn't say. Someone sent me that screenshot. I was like, up here, I was like, I didn't fucking say let's have sex. I said it's half 6. Is the time? Bizarre. It's bizarre, isn't it? Scrumpy side of the sell to tourists, so that stuff is in the charts are getting hammered. Yeah. But the thing about things like Scrumpy and stuff like that, it's like you don't know how much you drink. Same with how many beers have you had? Hundreds. But as this is like I only have one bottle. That's enough. I don't drink more than that. El Dorado, Alex. See, I remember trying El Dorado about 20 years ago. One time I went into the studio. I only bought a half bottle, and it was absolute petrol. I couldn't drink it. It was just, being a big Bucky fan, I'd heard of LD and thought, that's almost a bit out of focus. Yeah. I was worried it was my eyes, but it turns out it was actually the camera. And it was fucking horrible. I totally couldn't drink it. I couldn't drink it that night in the studio, and I couldn't drink it the following night when we were having a, I'm up at my house having a booze, and I was like, here, I couldn't drink it, and about 2 weeks later, my pal Mo drank it. Fucking horrible, 17.5%. And then at the start of the pandemic, they ran out of Bucky, so they had LD instead, and I was like, I'll buy that anyway. And it was all right, it was quite nice, but it was only 15%, and nothing like original LD. Now I'm not really that interested. Holland, full of fine babes, and a dude wins Miss Holland beauty contest. I don't know. Here in New Zealand, everyone pronounces sex like six. Okay. That sounds a bit like I'm watching a guy who's doing a computer game. Fucking, what's it called? I can't remember. There's a guy, there's a few folk play it. DayZ, DayZ, it's called. And it's like, I don't know why I started watching it. Just trying to get to sleep watching some dude running about the fields. And they've got Pepsi and Sprat or whatever it is. You can get a can of Pepsi, and it's because the guys from one of the developers is from New Zealand and calls it Pepsi, not Pepsi, but they just put an I in it. Here in New Zealand, everyone's sex like six. Well, there you go. So I mean, who knows? But I do. If imagine like when I'm getting when I get demonetized tonight, I'm going to check. I'll get demonetized again because the random bot that puts up the subtitles has decided that I said something, and somebody is like, "We'll get a human to check it." So somebody's got to watch this 4 hours of a Glaswegian talking pish about guitars, where even if you know what I'm talking about, you don't know what I'm talking. It's like poor person. So I'm getting my money's worth out of YouTube, hopefully at all. back. The auto caption thing on YouTube, that's almost a spectator sport. Put a random video on and see what the hell it thinks people are saying. The complete epic fails does it amazing sometimes, especially seeing as I've got the Glasgow accent. Even though I've got quite a posh Glasgow accent, it's quite easy to understand, sort of. But someone said, it was Thomas was on earlier on, that I've got a it's like, why do you say "Hey Egypt" at the start of all of your videos? And it's like, that is, maybe it doesn't do it now, but I say "Hey YouTube" and it comes up as "Hey Egypt," or it did for years. And it's like, well, never even thought of that thing. Exactly, Bjorn. See, the pure moderator. Basically, but the thing is, that I'm just thinking, I've done it half a dozen times. I've been demonetized in these live streams, and I've contested it. Because I mean, I don't talk about anything. The things that you're not allowed to talk about, I don't talk about them. It's like all the things you're not allowed, like guns and violence. I don't talk about any of those things. So it's like, have you checked it? And it's like, pure yes, because even though I was steaming, I know that I wasn't talking about anything that was unbroadcastable. Okay, I may swear a little bit, but you're only one of the guidelines is you're not allowed to swear badly in the title or in the first 30 seconds. And I actually got away with it a few weeks ago. I was doing a video with Scott, probably about a couple of months ago, and it was like pure. And it was like we're talking away. It was like, "Oh, you're not allowed to say fuck, are you?" And I was like, "No, it's all right as long as it's after the first 30 seconds." It was actually 28 seconds in that I said fuck, and they never noticed that, so that's fine. Oh, it was Scotsmack when I was young. Scotsmack, I've heard about that. Yes, I've seen a photo of a bottle of it, but I've never drank it. Wine and whiskey. I mean, that's just of the things you don't want to mix. Mind you, if you want to get as leathered and be sick as possible for the cheapest amount, but wine and whiskey is not a good thing. Oh God, his dick goes halfway down the garden. Very good, Andy. In Forfar, they pronounce Laurie as Larry. Never really noticed. Oh, New Zealand dick. So on YouTube, yeah. How's it going, you buckle dauber? I wouldn't use the word dauber, but yeah, yeah. It's just that this thing. How do you say it? It's like, oh, it's 6:30. It's like, let's have sex. And the thing is, that see that screenshot, whoever it was sent me, it's on the Mad Balco guitar page. It's like the face I'm making is like pure. At some point, I don't know. I just like when it comes up with that title. Poor folk at YouTube. But I mean, they've got to earn their money because I don't get any of it. Never mix the grape and the grain. I like it. Yeah. What's it? Wine after beer makes you feel queer, but beer after wine makes you feel fine. Something like that, which is kind of, that makes sense. Aye. So drink wine. That's like my philosophy with the bucky, where you have a bottle of bucky and a beer or a can of cider, so it doesn't make you feel. Well, Pontiac not drinking's fine. It's a kind of funny one, not drinking. I don't know. It's only when I started doing this, I started drinking again. I didn't drink for like 3 years or something like that. Not really because I gave up drinking. It's like I'm not going to sit and drink on my own. You know, it's like, sod it. I used to drink every, I don't know, 3 or 4 times a week, something like that, when I was sitting with my pals, and then I stopped hanging about with my pals as much. Then the lockdown happened, so I just didn't drink at all. Like, oh, not going to get a bottle of bucky sitting on my own. That seems a bit sad to me. It's so hard making these videos. Is it? You get hard watching these videos. Maybe if you try, I don't know. Is this tarpaulin based again? Yeah. Oh, I just got really drunk again. It's really difficult. It's the heat. It's flipping roasting. In fact, I'm not putting. I'm gonna. Now I'm going to whisper a bit because I've opened the door to try and let some of the heat out. My God. Work is the curse of the drinking classes. Yes. Yeah. No. I don't know. It's drinking. It's the same as everything. In moderation, it's fine. Sort of. I mean, it's the thing is that I do and haven't really ever. I don't drink more than the recommended maximum amount of how much alcohol you drink in a week. I'm well below that, but you're not meant to drink it all in one go. And I'm afraid it comes down to the fact of, do I want a glass of wine, but you're only allowed one? It's like, no, can I just have a Coke or something? It's like, oh, that is glorious, that air coming in. Oh, oxygen. Amazing. I'm whispering, so I'm not actually playing the guitar, and I'll go clean as well, because I can finger pick some clean tones. Obviously, get into position 4. I drink alone, my best company. Hell, we like the same music. I get you. Yeah, my TV, the big drink of water works if you don't go through for a piss like last week and basically get to the toilet and just go like immediately. I'm not talking about there wasn't 10 seconds between. It was less than 10 seconds between going, catch you later, YouTube, end stream. Oh no, it didn't work. End stream. I went through the toilet for a pee. Oh, you can think. Inspired by I've tried the cheapest cava and vodka and Lidl combined and called it a 666, £6.66 a litre. Cava and vodka. I did actually one time years ago. Me and my pal bought a half bottle of vodka and a bottle of bucky, and we mixed them like literally in the same glass. And I don't know, about half an hour after that, we're sitting there, and my pal Robert, who turned around to me like, "Up here, this is pure," and basically he just, while he was just looking at me, just talking, he just puked up black. And what he was saying was, "This is pretty Megan," but basically went, "This is pretty." And it was like, yeah, so that was the last time I actually, but that's not drinking like a couple of glasses of wine, then a glass of vodka. That's having a glass that's got wine and vodka in it. You don't want to do that. The ballad in my room is too hot. It's fucking roasting in here. It's like totally giving me a. Oh. I was actually thinking of if it got worse, I was basically going to go through and like wet a towel and just put it on my head, Total Recall style. You need to adjust the truss rod now because it's changing climate. Yes, but the thing is, see, This, the truss rod is so... In fact, it's actually changed. I've now got enough, hear it? Oh no. So it's there somewhere. I was watching a video, I think it was Joe Walsh's guitar tech saying as long as there's something. So when you check the truss rods or when you check the action, there's got to be something. There can't be nothing. If there's nothing, the whole guitar doesn't play. There is something, because you can actually make a note. You know, the note does ring between if you hold in the frets. So it's not too low, but I think it's actually a bit quiet, a bit cooler now than it was before. Catch you later, Tom. Cheers for joining in. It's great. I'm having a great time tonight, actually. Although I've got drunk too early again. Once this is finished, that's the end. Oh, Perno. Wow. That was one of the things I wanted to take down to... Used to be able to buy it in Lidl, Uzo, which is basically Perno. Yeah, no. I think it's lovely for a sip. I sit down to pee in the morning. Wow. That is menopause. For myself, it works best to have drinks of water between alcoholic drinks, plus a big one afterwards. Saved me from having a hangover a week ago. Fair enough. Well, last week what I did was I just puked immediately after the stream, and I woke up feeling fine because I must have puked up a pint or something like that. And it's like basically a bottle of Bucky's not really that much more than a pint, so I'd kind of puked up all of it. So I felt great in the morning. So what happens after the end? After the end, it's we are the best and the closest thing to Black Sabbath you'll ever hear. Because our Aussie, you to come and see us. We've got a gig, which I should know the date of. It's in September, and it's in Ivory Blacks in Glasgow. Our Aussie is something else. Brian is just... it's sickening, actually, sometimes. It gets to the point where you forget, would you? A few Sabbath songs. He's so accurate. It's ridiculous. The Aussie thing, because I mean, I do fancy myself as a bit of an Aussie type singer, but I kind of do what Brian does. He sounds exactly... he sings it right. See singing Paranoid now on Paranoid, the vocal, there's quite a big echoey thing going on. There's quite a lot of effects on the vocal line. He sings it without any effects, but he sings it like there is effects. So he kind of... I don't know, he somehow, because it's like a parrot, I suppose, you know, the parrot just learns the sounds. He sings the sound of it, and it's like, it's really quite disconcerting sometimes. Fairies Wear Boots as well. There's a few songs where it's just like, Jesus, and it's the phrasing, because the way he practices singing, he's not a singer. Well, I don't want to say he's not a singer, that sounds like offensive, but I don't think he's never really been in any other bands before that didn't sing Aussie. The band he was in before, where he was headhunted from, was called Talk of the Devil. It was an Ozzy Osbourne tribute band, and it was basically his pals were in an Ozzy Osbourne tribute band, and the singer didn't turn up one week, and he just turned up drunk. I was like, up here, Brian, do you just want to sing some songs? You know the words. He's like, up here, I know the words. I can't sing like Ozzy. Up here. Just sing them. Just keep us going. Just join in. Come on. He's like, oh no. I was like, oh, come on, do it anyway. And then he did one song, and the whole band were just like, because he just sounded exactly like him, just from being drunk singing along with Sabbath songs. That was a few years ago, but now he's nailed him. He's amazing. Joe Walsh's Life's Been Good. That's such a good... I used to be able to play that. It's all funny chords. Somewhere around, it's kind of round about there. No, Joe Walsh is absolutely fantastic. Watch Orange and Sounds Like a Parrot. I know it is. Yes. Starts with a C. I was actually watched a Marvel film last night, and I can't be bothered with Marvel films. I've not seen one. I just gave up watching them long before, like, your Infinity Wars, before they started getting shit. And I realised that I was watching them, and then after it going, yeah, and then try to think what happened. I don't remember any of it. I watched Guardians of the Galaxy 3 last night, and actually, it's the first Marvel film I think I've genuinely enjoyed. Maybe it's because I put it on at midnight or something like that, but There's a guy that looks like a carrot in that. But Guardians of the Galaxy 3, which is now in HD on the pirate sites, is it's really good. It's by far the best. It's probably the best Marvel. Well, I like Iron Man, the first one. And that's it. And that's it. The Guardians movies are very different, but this one's much better. But maybe it's because I know the things. I don't. The first two were all right. Kind of. I think, to be honest, I've probably watched both of them twice, whereas I've not watched any. And I've maybe watched Iron Man, the first one, maybe even more than twice, because I think back then I still watched TV. So maybe I've seen it 2 or 3 times. I've never watched any of the other ones more than once. I've never even. I'd say there's probably half a dozen Marvel films, like the big ones that have come out, that I've watched 15 minutes of, and by the time I get 15 minutes in, it's just like, I don't give a shit. This is pish. Oh. But it's quite the thing. I was also thinking about it. It's like, well, it's very strange when you get a movie that actually moves you, which used to happen all the time. It hasn't happened. The last one that got me was Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's a good film, like a modern film. I really enjoy it. It's really good. If you've never seen that, watch that. It's fucking brilliant. I do like. I rate Guardians of the Galaxy, and can't really that many films in the last 10 years that have been like new that I've actually thought that's a really good film. Not really. Oh, Iron Man is good. Open tuning. I can't, Mr. White. I can't do open tunings. They totally. I just get confused. See when it's like, if I just want to play an E and it's like it's not that, I'm lost. I can't deal with it. It's like I'm not claiming I've got perfect pitch, but see, even tuning down to E sharp, E flat, which a lot of people do, I can't play a guitar like that because it just sounds wrong. I was really surprised when I tuned down to C sharp for some of the half the Sabbath set. I'm using a separate bass for it. But I think because it's so far away from E, whereas an E flat's only half a step away, I'm like, it's in that awkward, this isn't right feeling. I'm playing an E and it's not an E, whereas when you're at C sharp, because you're 4 notes away, it's like, oh, it's obviously not an E anymore. You know, it's kind of bizarre. Didn't Black Sabbath or someone do the Iron Man theme? Well, it's in how it's like pure. That was one of the things that got me a little bit in the original Iron Man, when he actually at the end is like, I am Iron Man. I was like, pure. Well done. Do that. Catch you later. Dragcaster. I know you keep asking me to do a Saturday stream. The problem is if I do a Saturday stream, well, I might as well. I'll do it at some point. I quite like the Sunday because it's, I don't know. Oh, see what happens. Yeah. Also, I was a wee bit disappointed in, was it Iron Man 2 where he's wearing a Black Sabbath Never Say Die t-shirt? But I think for a few months before that, I started noticing people wearing a Never Say Die t-shirt, going, no way. Oh, that guy's cool. He's got a Never Say Die t-shirt. Oh, that girl, no way. There's a girl with a Never Say Die t-shirt on. Oh, rocking. Wow. And then it's like, oh, it's an Iron Man. I rate Never Say Die as an album. A lot of people don't like it. I like Technical Ecstasy and Never Say Die. They're both good. Iron Man is like a horror story. I went to the Lord of the Rings extended marathon recently. One of the things I thought about was how blockbusters used to be different. I can't pinpoint what it is. To be honest, I think Bjorn, the problem is they used to be good. I mean, the thing is, I don't know. I mean, it's maybe it can't just be because I'm old. I mean, it wasn't really that long ago I watched The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, which I'd seen it as a kid and stuff like that. It was up here, so it was like the last 3 or 4 years. I watched The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, and I was absolutely floored by how good it was. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly is just like, it's so good. It's like you just want to touch it, reach out, touch it. It's like, and you know, you go back, you think, oh, I only like that because I was a kid. some things are like that. You know, some things you go back and watch them. So I used to like that when I was a kid. You watch it and you go, God, that's really embarrassing and awful. And some things you go, oh my God, no wonder I love that. 13 hours. Wow. Saturday for Scalextric tourney. I'll do it. That's going to happen on my Scalextrics channel. I've actually set it up. I've just not started doing anything about it. Not put any videos up, but there is, because I didn't want to do it on this. There's a whole an adventure me and Scott had, which I was not going to talk about, but I'm going to have to mention it. We went to a place called Lark Hall, and I don't know if you've ever been to Lark Hall, but imagine a time machine, and like it's like it was a total eye opener for me. I thought Scott was making shit up, and we went in there, and it was like every single lamppost had the Union Jack on it, and you're like, in Scotland, like pure. Oh my God. And it's like the shops, every one of them's blue. There's not a green shop on the street, because if they opened a shop with a green sign on it, it would get burnt down. And you're like, now, 2023, whole other world. Bizarre. Bizarre. Those Pilberts go for about $1,000. I think they're more than that for the natural one. I don't really like his eye. Have you seen Paul Gilbert's Fireman, the upside down Iceman? See, when you see that in person, it's this size. It's absolutely huge. When you see it in person, it's a really ungainly, massive thing, because Paul Gilbert's one of those folk like Greg Koch. If you've never heard of Greg Koch, look up Greg Koch. I don't know how you spell his second name, but it's got a in it. So it's COCH, something like that. He's got a Telecaster specially built for him called a Gristle Master, something like that. And it's basically a telly, but it's 20% bigger. And the reason he got it built is because he's like 6.5 feet tall. Anytime he played a gig, people would go up to him and go like that, "Oh, is that a mini Telecaster?" And he's just like, "No, I'm just really big." So he basically got a telly that fitted him. So it's exactly the same as a telly. It's just which makes him look normal. People, Koch, yeah, he's funny. Hey, Panside, it's probably on Staunch. I don't know what Staunch is. I just found it really bizarre. German for cook. Oh, there you go. Aye, actually one of the. But if you're want to look up things after you've gone to bed here, or after I've gone to bed, look up Greg Koch, and he does like one of his many jobs is like kind of demoing like really, really expensive custom shop Gibsons for his Sweetwater, some American guitar company. He demos these guitars, but there's outtakes, and honestly, you'll watch, I think there's maybe 3 or 4 volumes of outtakes, like 20-minute videos or something, of all these videos of really expensive guitars that he's done stuff for, and the outtakes from it, and I guarantee you, if you watch 2 or 3 minutes of one of them, you're there for an hour watching everything that's available. The guy is funny as fuck. Really proper funny. Proper. It's within his control. He's not obviously mental, but he's just funny as fuck. He's also got his the type of amp he uses. He uses Koch amps, and it's like, all right, so you've got your own amp company. I've got my own amp, signature amp. Yeah, it's like, so it's your own company. No, basically, a few years ago, he was at a NAMM booth, right? Working for Fender or whatever it was, or is it Reverend, whoever it was, the NAMM booth, and across the way you could see the Koch amp thing. Absolutely nothing to do with him at all. It's just got his second name on the amp. He's like sitting there for a couple of days going, fucking, those amps have my name on it. You know, it's like if I was sitting there and it's like, there's an amps over there with Malco on them. We never started talking to the guy. The guy's like, what kind of amps? He ended up playing, and he basically just uses them because they turned out to be really good. So it's like, oh, so it's got your name on it, so it's your signature amp. Yeah, it's my signature amp. The name Koch? No. It just so happens that he likes the folk that run the amp Koch. Very good. I watch his Orange Room amps all the time. He's great funny, yeah. When he's got his son and Gilbert's huge as well. Pure Buckethead, just sounds like it's Paul Gilbert. Yeah, totally. I'm annoyed whispering. I'm going to close this door, even though I'm going to start sweating again. I'm going to close this window. And I can now talk again. Right. It's just that the street's my lawn's only about 10 yards long. It's like, I'm very wary of when I first moved here. I remember, I'd be sleeping and I'd hear someone talking. I'd be like, fucking, and it'd be like fucking 30 yards away because there's no noise here at all. See, at night, when you're sleeping, you open the window, I can hear sheep baying. I grew up with a main road, not a main road, but there was buses on it and stuff, and it was constantly going maybe 50 yards away, something like that. Yeah, there's a main road 50 yards away, but nobody drives on it. You maybe get a car every 2 hours. Also, the other guy that's really big is JHS Pedals guy. You see him, and he played. See, you often get to see people who play like jazz masters, because jazz masters are fucking huge. If you've ever played one, jazz basses are massive. You put on a jazz bass, and it's like fucking hell. It's like a P bass, but 6 inches bigger in every direction. It's like really, really lumpy. Do a lot of cool bands use orange amps? I wouldn't doubt it. We were at a Electric club. Me and Scott turned up, not really knowing what we were thinking of going, just like fucking for a laugh sort of thing. Turned up, there was a 4-lane track, like colour coordinated, but they only race on 3 lanes because they don't like the green lane. You're like, okay. Oh. Evidently playing an apartment. I've never actually lived in an apartment, but yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. This is a different thing, it's like an apartment you kind of tend to, you would expect it to be on like a main road or something like that people are listening to, whereas here it's like, it's all old folk and stuff, and it's like, it's literal silence. It's kind of, the silence is deafening, sort of. It's kind of quite disconcerting. It made a big difference. See, when I got the big computer, which is basically on all the time, it's kind of, it's just sitting there, it's churning away, but there's a sort of fan running out and stuff like that. If I turn that off, it's like, that's when you can hear a sheep sneeze in the middle of the night. You're like, it's kind of bizarre. The Paul Gilbert violin. I don't know if I've ever seen that. I've seen it. It's on the. That's what he's playing on the front cover of Get Out of My Yard album. Yeah, Fuchs amps. You would buy that if it was there. You know what I mean? I would buy a Fuchs amps just so I could say it. Actually, I bought a Fuchs Fuzz, FUXX, FUZZ. It sounded fucking awful. I couldn't. What a horrible sounding fuzz. I mean, it was quite a highly rated one, but having a funny name. I mean, I'm pretty sure that a good half the amount of people that play a big muff because it's funny, or you buy one originally to start it out, like get the big muff out. I don't know how many times I could say big muff without after it. You know what I mean? 150 watt amp, windy open or closed, no difference. Well, there you go. But I mean, well, that's 250 watts. That thing me. And it's although it's, so what sort of funny thing? See that orange, right? That orange there is 30 watts. There's a switch in the back that turns off the power tubes, which makes it 15 watts. There's also a switch in the front which turns off half the preamp tubes, which makes it 7 watts. So I'm currently running that at 7 watts, right? And this, I'll turn the volume up from nothing as slowly as I can, right? So I'm currently at, right? That's it. Off, right? Yeah, that's it, just engaging. That's as quiet as this amp goes, right? That's me up at, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, there's 10 notches. That's me at almost 1 when it's actually started engaging. point. So basically, what you want is not having a 30 watt, even if it's at 7.5 watts, it's kind of crazy. Andre's cunts who makes guitars called pronounced cunts. Well, fair enough. I don't know. You collect big muffs. Wow. I've got one. I've got a micro metal muff. Again, I bought it because it was micro metal muff, which is, it's amusing to me. I'm sorry. I'm childish, but it's still amusing. I don't know. Have you, Andy, I don't know if you've spent demonetized there, but I see demon in it. Maybe I'm just drunk. Yeah. I need to try these things. There was a bass big muff I was going to buy at one point. Okay, but have I still got some of that fag left? I do. Well, yeah. Yeah. I made a point that I try and eat as much as I could before tonight. Demonized. Demonetized. Demonized, yeah. You seem pretty so tonight. What's so Demonizer equals demonizer, right? There you go, yeah, totally. Sober? Oh god, no, I'm not sober. I'm hot and I'm very wary of the fact that I puked last night immediately after it. The best amps go to 11. This amp goes to 11. I got that on my 18th birthday. I made my dad take me into town to buy the bastard, and I got it. It was like a week because it was like pure what. When I found out what it was, and it was £50 brand new, right? £50 for a 60 watt made it a submarine parts Soviet fucking amp, brand new. So I bought it. It was about 2 weeks, and I was like, it's okay if I, but then I bought Electroset, so it doesn't have a zero. It's only got 10 notches. It starts at 1, so when it's off is at 1, but it does go up to 11 because I'd just seen Spinal Tap for the first time. So my amp, not all the dials, just the master and the preamp, goes from 1 to 11. I'm sorry. But I mean, that amp, I hate. I wonder how much that's worth, because I know they reissued it, and it was like 900 quid, but that was like made not out of Soviet submarine parts, which is that's made. See if you open it up, it totally looks like something from the space program in the 60s from Soviet Russia. Everything's fucking all backwards keys, and there's no circuit boards in it. It's all point-to-point wired, so it's not even, turret boards. No, it's like the actual valve bases have components running to the next thing. Mad thing. I was told at the time they weren't allowed to sell them in Britain anymore because of the radiation that came off it. How true that is, I don't know. I've still never seen the JHS video because I wasn't aware that anyone else knew about them until I saw the first JHS video, and he's got like 25 of them sitting behind him, so they must mean something to him. I also bought it because it was a MiG 60, which that's like a kind of airplane, isn't it? Has any amp had a cheek to go to infinity? I'm sure some tuners would buy that. I've been watching a bit of Spinal Tap recently, or just like interviews. They kind of reformed a couple of times. I watched them play Live Earth, where they played Big Bottom with 18 bass players, which is quite funny. It's on YouTube. It never used to be on YouTube because I remember looking it up before, and I watched Live Earth and it wasn't broadcast on the telly, but they did have, and it was like pure, yes, on the bass, James Hetfield, on the bass, Kirk Hammett, on the bass, Robert Trujillo, on the bass, guy from the Beastie Boys, on the bass, guy from Madonna, on the bass, other guy from Madonna, on the bass. So there's like 16 or 18 bass players always giving it bump, 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 playing Big Bottom. Quite funny. Never seen them here. Or the Softex. They're the thing with the submarine, Electro Harmonics, kind of, they were going under, and they contracted a Russian company. This is just at the fall of the Berlin Wall sort of thing, so they became open, but they had like factories that made submarines from Star City, which is where the space program came from. So they've got components, and they asked, they started getting to make, it was talking about big muffs again, because you get Softtech made big muffs. The idea you get like you can even buy it now. It's like a tribute to it, which is called a green Big Muff or something like that, where it was like, you're right, they couldn't, Electro-Harmonics were in trouble, so they contracted a company in the now free Russia to make this circuit. And what they did was, but yeah, we can very nearly make that circuit. So it's like, yeah, it says here, like a 10 microfarad capacitor. We don't have a 10, we've got an 8, so we'll put an 8 in. It's like, it's like a 500k resistor. We don't do a 500, we do a 480k, so we'll put that in. So you ended up with the same circuit, and every component was just 5% off. And then that's what the Russian Big Muffs are, and people love them. One Dave Gilmore used was a Russian one, and I was like, you're right, we'll try it with amps. So they gave them the circuit for a 30-watt Marshall blues breaker. And they were like, you're right. It's the same idea with the Marshall, the original Marshall stack. It was like basically a Fender Bassman, but rather than using the American parts because we couldn't get them over in Britain, so that where we don't have that type of valve, but we'll use this type of valve, and we don't have like a 500k resistor. We've got a 400. We'll use that instead, and the circuit's the same. But every component's just 10% different, which is the difference between a bass breaker. Bassman. The difference between a Fender Bassman and a Marshall is it's as close as you can make a Fender Bassman using the bits that you could get in England. And that's basically what that is. And it was meant to be a 30-watt Marshall, and it's 60-watt. Well, the first one was meant to be 30-watt, and it was a 50. That's the MiG 50. And then they did another one. Like, you did say 30. Can we not have it like a 30-watt? So they tried a few attempts. There's maybe like 4 different models. All of them are meant to be a Marshall. None of them are, because every component's completely different, but in the same order, doing the same sort of thing. So basically what that sounds like, it said the original advert says it's the Hendrix Marshall Plexi tone, because that's the circuit, but it sounds like a JCM 800, just because every single component is 10% plus or minus what it's meant to be. We don't have that, so we'll use something else, but it fucking sounds amazing. Doesn't do clean, but it's amazing. You seen Softtek in USA? I know they definitely sold them in America, yeah. But they didn't. Victor Morris in Glasgow signed the exclusive UK distribution rights for it, and they got given one of each model. And then, so everything's fine. And then at the end of the month, he bought like a guitar magazine, and they'd given the exclusive distribution models to like 4 other companies, 4 other shops. So they never was like, fuck them then. So he just kept the demo ones. So basically, I think Victor Morris had the 60-watt MiG and the 100-watt MiG and a speaker cabinet. And because they screwed him, he just never paid them and never bought any more. So I think that's possibly the only one ever officially actually sold in Scotland. And I remember seeing that for years in a shop called Mr. Music, and always thinking, oh, Softtek, that sounds quite cool. Obviously, the snakeskin I put on it, it comes off. It's just sitting on it. Basically, took the front off, wrapped it in snakeskin, took it back on again. It's not glued on. And I kept seeing it. I was like, oh, that sounds cool. And it's like, see, this is how much I didn't know at the time. I wanted an amp that had distortion. Doesn't have distortion. It's got master and preamp. No gain, no distortion. So I was looking at this thing. I kept seeing it and thought it looked pretty cool. And eventually, a few years later, so I'd been 18 or 19, I think I was, my 19th birthday. So this is 1978 plus 19, 97, 98, whatever it was, 99, 97, whatever it is, fuck it. And it was in, there used to be a paper, like a sales paper called Supermart, and in it had tube amp. What was that? Tube amp, valve amp. They're meant to be good. It's only 50 quid. 60 watt. It's like, I knew 60 watt was good. I was like, right, 50 quid. So I went in, I bought the thing and went in and looked at it, and I was like, and the guy didn't want me to buy it. He gave me, his like, can I try a guitar? I don't know, any guitar. And he gave me a fucking Les Paul that was so out of tune, it was ridiculous. Because the guy was an arsehole. I fucking hated that shop. But it was 50 quid for a tube amp. So it was enough to sound good. And I bought it. And then basically I had it for 3 or 4 years. And I couldn't be bothered using it because see, when you turn it on, because it's a valve amp. You turn on the power, and then you wait. Then you turn on standby. Then you turn on the power, and you have to wait 30 seconds for it to heat up. So I never fucking bothered using it. It wasn't until later on I realized I took it to the studio, and it was like, fucking hell, this is totally better than the Marshalls that I should be playing through. And even I remember Chris in the band going up here, fucking hell, Malcolm, that amp, that is you. So it became my thing. Big fan of the muff. Can't wait to try the pedal. Original Softtech 50. Yeah, so you get the Softtech 50, the 60. There's a micro one. There's a 30 watt, and then there's the 100. When I bought that one, it was £50 for the 60 watt, £100 for which was a full size head for the 100 watt, and they had the cabinet that matched that, which was this wide. This wide was a 1x12, maybe a bit higher, and they wanted £150 for the cabinet. So I was like, I'm fucking not buying it. I paid £50 for the amp, not paying £150 for the cabinet. To be honest, I'd pay £150 for the cabinet now. So I just ran it through an old H&H speaker I had. Oh. Softtech for a brand isn't bad. Yes. No, I mean, an original one. Metal guitarist, yeah. Yeah, no, but it's 50 quid, brand spanking new. Although at some point, because this I remember that being in the shop for like 5 years when I was learning to play the guitar and always seen it. So it was just sat there. Nobody knew what it was. Nobody wanted it. There was only one. Well, it was two. There was a 100 watt one as well. And it's like, it's just, I mean, I've never heard an amp like it. It doesn't work as well as something like that for in the house because it doesn't really, it's a 60 watt fucking amp. It does have a 30 watt. It's got a low input, which makes it 30 watt. But even then, the low input makes it 30 watt. That's 30 watt and it's halved and then halved again. And I just showed you it going to 1 in the volume control. But see, when you're playing that playing along with a drum kit level, I don't need any pedals. The rat pedal doesn't do anything. It's like, that was why I used the rat pedal. I used the rat pedal to make that amp so I could play it at low volumes and it sounded like it did at full volumes. But basically, see, if you're using the main input and you're playing along with a band, the rat pedal doesn't do anything at all. It just sounds like it's got a rat on. And the valves on it have been pinched because the ones that are in it say Marshall on them. So they're not original, but they're still the ones that were in it. Take the 30 watt Softtech. Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I'm taking that one. I don't want another one. In the West, you amplify the guitar. In Russia, the guitar amplifies you. So that makes it. My Green Russian Big Muff kind of simulates the Softtech amp. No, the Big Muff Russian is just basically what happens when you try and make a Big Muff circuit when you don't have any of the correct components. Instead, you've got stuff that's left over from radio systems and tanks and submarines and the military and spaceships, which is what that is. So it's like all the parts in that none of them are correct. Everyone is wrong, but kind of like what they're meant to be a Marshall. Softtech came up on Facebook Marketplace. I've never seen another one of them. I remember seeing one for £1,000, but it was in Russia. I don't know. But I don't know about the reissues. I know they're no longer Softtech, they're Electro Harmonics, so they're made modern in China or whatever it is they're made. But I do remember watching, someone was talking about that pedal show earlier on, and they had Josh on, and Josh was going to give them a Softtech, and they were like, they got it in the box. I was like, Josh has said it's a Softtech. Fucking no way he said it's a Softtech, because obviously they've seen it from JHS pedals. They've seen he's got a bank in him, he's got 10 of them sitting behind him, or 20 behind him in some of the videos. Never talks about them, but they're there. He sent us a whole Softtech up here. No way. They opened up with the box and it's like pure. Oh, it's the reissue one. No, but still amazing. It's a reissue one. Still, it's amazing. And those reissues were £1,000. Do you know what I mean? So and they were like pure. Obviously, you could see them go, oh, it's not a real one. So I don't know. Fuck's sake. That was just by accident I bought it, but that's my amp. That's the keeper. I don't use it enough. I used it. I used it in Cranking House a few times. It's just like, see that with the 3x12 and the Shocking Bird, I would just conquer the world. That is my amp, and basically the 3x12 as well to go with it. So the Softtech, the 3x12, fuck pedals, a tuner, rocking. I don't know if Russian tubes are the business Pontiac, because that doesn't have Russian tubes in it. Well, I think the preamp valves are all Softtech, but Softtech were quite famously make valves, but that one's actually got valves that are they're actually got Marshall printed on them, so they're obviously stolen out of another amp. Maybe that arrived without valves. It got damaged in the shop. Someone dropped it. I don't know, but the valves actually say Marshall on it, and I'm just terrified. I've never changed them. I've had that since I've had that for 25 years. I've never changed them because I'm terrified it doesn't sound like that when I change them. I'm not sure how much of the sound that it's got is because it's fucked or because the valves are knackered. So I don't want to change it and it sounds like a normal amp. No, it doesn't sound like a normal amp. It does clean when you get the volume at half on your guitar. If you're at more at half on your guitar, no clean. Yeah, should really use it a bit more. I'd love to use it. I kind of don't want to wear it out, but I should keep using it. I was using it in Cranking House, taking it into the studio, and it's just thunderous. My roommate tried with tubes in his Mesa Boogie with Russian tubes. He said they were superior. I don't know. It's kind of, there's an element of what it is you want to do. I mean, the thing is that, say you're wanting to play Dire Straits, right? So you're in a band playing Dire Straits. That's not going to do it. It doesn't do that. Well, if you want to play Dire Straits with drums going, and then every now, it's like at volume, it's just, it's hard to describe what it does. It's basically the sound. That's why I use the rat pedal, because the rat pedal kind of sounds like it. Basically, it kind of sounds like a rat pedal, but the world's best rat pedal. I mean, how can you run a guitar? I mean, I remember fucking taking that into the studio when I was like 19 and stuff like that, and sitting outside in the snow outside the Brill building, sitting on it because it was warm in my bum, and then picking it up, waiting for the taxi, and there was like a big thing a big circle on the ground where the frost had all melted under it. You know what I mean? It's like still the same valves, all still running. Touch wood. Beautiful thing, and the snake skin just makes it a little bit better. If you ever see a Softtech, I mean, I do kind of wish I'd bought the 100-watt one as well, but every time I think, oh, I should have bought the 100-watt one as well, I'm so pleased I bought that one. Being 60-watt, I mean, it's loud as hell. It doesn't need anything else. It's just got such a, it's kind of, you don't really want it. But if you want to just make your guitar louder, it's probably not what you want. It really, really colors it and has a sound. So you can basically stick a guitar in, it's got a sound that's not going to defeat your guitar. I've got a Strat, it'll sound it's going to sound like the Softtech. YouTube is shadow banning you. Tonewood. There's so much Tonewood kicking about, Mr. White. Is that still on? Delay as well. No. Distortion. Rat pedal. Actually, see what these pickups remind me of? They remind me of what's in the Washburn Falcons, the Falcon and the Eagle, which I struggled so hard to play with. When you play really well and you don't make any mistakes, it sounds the best ever. See if you make a slight fluff on one of the notes, it goes da 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 on every mistake, which is what the Washburn does as well. Even if you look up the specs for these guitars, goes up here, these are not for normal people. These are for Steve Vai. It's very difficult to work with. You have to not make any mistake, because the mistakes just, on the opposite side, I've got a Flying V, which has Gibson Dirty Fingers pickups from the 70s, which is actually worth 300 quid, that pickup, because it only came in a 1975 Flying V. It doesn't come in any, you can't buy, you could never buy it separately, and they only made it for 1 year. I've got that pickup in my Arbiter Flying V, and what it does is you can play anything and it sounds fucking amazing. It covers your mistakes. So you're playing away, and if you make a mistake, it knows and doesn't play the wrong note, sort of thing. It's really bizarre. But on the other side, if you play really well, it doesn't really reward you. If you play really well and don't make any mistakes, it's like fine. Whereas if you play with the Washburn power sustains or these without making any mistakes, oh my god, it's the best sound ever. It's really difficult. One of those Paul Gilberts for $7,000. It won't be this one. There's a couple of, well, there's only three. No, there's cheaper ones, but there's this one, the 30. There's the 300 and the 301. At the time of this, Paul Gilbert had a Floyd Rose, so it's the 300. And then the year after, a couple of years later, his actual model, he kept the 300 model, the Ibanez one, but you can see it's got like a bit where it's blocked in and it's got a hardtail. And in that year, they released a 301 model, which just never had the Floyd Rose at all. So it's just got a hardtail because he decided he didn't like trems. But this is the one. It's a magic one. I need to work it. I'm just not sure whether, because I'm going to get £200 for these pickups, and basically see if I get £200 for these pickups. That means I kind of got the guitar for 50 quid. So I really have to love these pickups. The thing is that, see, when I bought it with the DiMarzio pickups, see the pickups that were actually in it, not these ones, which I got off the same guy at the same time. It's got a DiMarzio, a black one. It's got a DiMarzio in the middle, not the same model. It's got a DiMarzio PAF and it's got a DiMarzio something else. And then this is an Ibanez V7 or a V8, whatever one's the neck pickup. So it's like, I've really got to give it a few weeks to make sure that I definitely want to sell these pickups. But I think he's worked for Ibanez forever. The thing is that, see, if you look up, if you watch Paul Gilbert, he goes through so many Ibanez Roadsters. There's a video, an Instagram post where he's looking for that trem. Does anyone have that trem because he's got one of these and he wants that trem? Oh, these are the ones that he recorded his last album, the Dio album, on one of them. So that's like, I kind of want to put this up against that, because that was that's a common guitar. And although this is an RG and it's got the wider neck and all that stuff, and maybe a bit, that's, someone asked me a couple of weeks ago you can really see that moth flying about it. What the best guitar I've ever played is, and it might not be that one, but it's definitely not that one. If you know what I mean. It's like pure, oh, the best guitar you ever played. Is it? Actually, all the ones you can see on the wall are pretty good. You know what I mean? It's definitely not my SG. It's not the best guitar I've ever played. No, it's not. It's still great. I love it. It's definitely not that. It's definitely not the FGN. It's not the best guitar I've ever played. It's fucking amazing. Not the best guitar I've ever played. That might be, but that's maybe got some personal shit in it because I built it. Anyway, now it's midnight and I can go to bed. Have I finished my bucky? Not quite. I've still got to keep going. There's still people here. So you can all back me up. I've not talked about anything. Man, at the minute I break even, sometimes you win too. That's the thing. And I was, if you remember, Mister, you're watching this when I bought this. Actually, I did a live unboxing video when I got this guitar, live, like a live stream, and it was like, oh, I've got my Paul Gilbert, it's amazing, blah blah blah. And this was like 3 months after I'd first seen it, doing negotiations and haggling, or just leaving it until he kept dropping the price. I was like, oh, I'll wait till he's dropped, and then New Year's Day he dropped it finally down, and then I hit him with a fucking lowball, bang. He accepted the lowball, but I need 50 quid for the £300 worth of DiMarzio, so I paid the extra 50 quid. And then I did the unboxing, and it was playing it, and it was up here. So the frets are a bit worn out. It's fine. That was super. Oh, And obviously, I'm a shit actor. I can't lie. I was really upset. It's like the fucking bridge posts were pulled out, and it was like, oh god. And I was fully willing to send it back to get my money back. I didn't play it for a week while I was negotiating, so I didn't want to play it to get attached to it. And the guy basically accepted a refund and all that. I think basically I ended up paying 250 quid for it. And I'd managed to haggle him down to 380 or something like that, or 350 plus 50, something like that. You know, that kind of money. And you're talking about an Ibanez Prestige. And it's like, it doesn't say Prestige on the headstock, which is a bit annoying, but in the catalogue it says Prestige next to it. So it is. And it was like, as soon as it was Fujigen, I wouldn't have bought it if it'd been a Korean one because I'm a snob. But I wanted an Ibanez RG, and I wanted a Japanese Ibanez RG, although that is technically an RG as well. But I mean, I wanted, there you go. And it was like the Paul Gilbert thing just made it up. And to be honest, this was a bit as cheap. This was cheaper than any other Japanese RG I'd seen. So this was the one. And most of them are just black or red, and they're not really that interesting. That's what it is. I have sacrificed the tone control. It's just got a volume and no tone. But I mean, I can live without it. Seen that red Ibanez with this headstock? Ding me, Mr. Whitesnake's got one, and I don't know, but he says it's not the same. But it really does come down to it. I've played a few Ibanez RGs, and I know it sounds fucking snobby as fuck. But one of the ones, what was the one I really didn't like? It had a sustainer in it. It was an iron label, but it was like £1,000 guitar. I didn't like it at all. It wasn't very good. It wasn't a Japanese one. I don't know whether it's because it wasn't Japanese. It just wasn't up to the level. But my expectations of what this should be are, were absolutely sky high. I bought this fully expecting this to be the best guitar I've ever played. Why wouldn't it be? Because, what could be the best guitar I've ever played is a 140, the cheapest of Ibanez guitars at the time. So that Paul G was made in Japan. You can tell by the sound. It's got DiMarzio. It's got American pickups in it, but it does actually say. It's a hard thing to quantify, but I mean I can tell the difference. I mean, the reason that nearly all the guitars I've got left are Japanese is not because they are better. Once you know what it is you're looking at, Ibanez Roadster is an RG. That one is, yes. But the thing is, Mr. White, this is not an RG. This is a PGM. So there you go. So it's like that is our RG because in 1986 they went from Roadstar to as an RS Roadstar to Roadster Guitar RG in 1986 for that one and my Lena, my RG 530, which are not this shape. This is what the shape of the original of the RG in 1987 looked like, but this is not an RG because it's a PGM, so it's not an RG of any sort. So that's an RG. This isn't. Technically. Anyhow, I love you all. Thanks so much for watching all this crap. Interesting stuff coming up this week. I've got a few guitars. I've actually got to the end of my backlog very nearly. I've got a couple of expensive guitars I've got to do. I've got an American Telly. I've got a Carina SG. What else have I got? I've got Alex's Aria, which I'm going to do tomorrow. A Cardinal series, which I've never actually played. And then I might have to make up some stuff and do some. I've got this one, but I'm going to have to try and I'm going to A/B this against that, and I don't know how it's going to do because I fucking love that guitar. I'm not sure. I don't prefer the pickups that are in that, which are just stock pickups, to a £300 Steve Vai set. I'm not sure because what I was going to do earlier on was I was going to put strings on that and I just couldn't be bothered. But I played it even though the strings on it are like 3 months old and rusty. And as soon as I plugged it in and went, ooh, it was like pure, oh, it's glorious. And I'd been playing this for an hour. So, we're really talking one of these pickups cost more than that guitar did with everything. The Cardinal series looks really good. Rock on. Love you all, and I'll see you during the week. And I will fucking try and sort out t-shirts and all the crap and all the things that I've been meant to do for ages and I've not bothered my arse. That's this is the last new guitar. This is the last guitar I bought for myself. Okay, the Tempest was one of those ones. You know, I'm not buying any more guitars. I'm not buying any more guitars. How much? Okay, fucking 50 quid, 70 I paid for it. Has made the same factory. Casually, and Andy, I will get onto your Fate acoustic. Try and mix it up a little bit and have an acoustic in it. Yeah, no, it wasn't really. I played it. There wasn't really anything wrong. It just needs a wee bit of a tweak and a new set of strings. That'll be lovely. Rock on. Love you all.